Good morning everybody. I'm just pottering as is my typical modus operandi, so I'm just keying stuff in, hence the pregnant pause. Hope you're all doing well. Oops, that on. So I'm in the show. The poll should be running. I'm going to have to take it as read that it is because the drizzle is just starting to get a little bit onerous. We're not officially open yet, so don't be telescoping me. It's proving a tricky setup this morning, to be honest. You know, that kind of nuisance drizzly rain that is heavy enough to ruin your kit, but not really that dramatic. It has the potential right. Hoping you're all still with me. Quick tactical chug of water. Hopefully you can hear me okay. It sounds clear in my headset. I guess that's a bit like the voice you hear in your head. Can it be relied upon? Right. I'm just going to go straight to the top of the chat as I can see the chat. So many apologies if going live has taken us past the very first souls in the show. So good morning to Deborah Speller. Shropshire's finest beats Chigwell's finest into the show as far as the chat evidences. How are you both doing? 1 and 2. Yes, you've got the top steps on the podium. Who takes a third step? VDX Aviation. Hello to you. New one possibly, and for the benefit of anyone else that's in the show who doesn't know who's doing the talking, my name is Mark. Bringing you the action obviously from Edinburgh International Airport. Runway 24 is the perspective that you're covering, and as VDX Aviation points out, SAS have diverted an A330-300 which was en route from New York Newark to Copenhagen. I was sat in the car finishing my McDonald's coffee. Other brands available, just not convenient. And it rolled by the crash gate on landing. I thought, geez, that looks big. Now we only get A320 sasses here. And I thought, is it just one of those things where the coffee's working faster than I thought? Anyway, no, what can't speak can't lie. I don't know what's brought it in, and therefore, chat, if you know, that would be great. Anyone knows, that'd be super. In the meantime, let's get some hellos and welcomes in while we're in the zone. So, who's next? Stephen Dawes. Got a nice wave there from airport security as they tour the perimeter. They're a great team here. So, Stephen Dawes, good morning to you. Rav H, good morning to you, Mucker. Happy Sunday. Yeah, I think the thing with the A330, just folding back into that conversation, is be interesting whether that's a medical divert, in which case it will be out pretty quickly, or if it is a tech issue, and in which case that could be a bit longer, couldn't it? Software reboots take hours. Happily, we're here till lunchtime. Unhappily for SAS passengers, if they're still here at lunchtime, I think we'd all, you know, be gutted for them, much as we like our planes. Anyway, let's see how it unfolds. Ian Finley, good morning to you, sir. And you've stolen my lines. I thought, and this is why I've had to be really on top of my game, we have an Air Elise Express ATR 72, which we have seen before at Newcastle. I think it may have brought a football team in on that occasion. Today it's inbound from Sonderburg. I have to be honest, is that Denmark? I don't know. But I got excited. I would have changed the thumbnail if I'd had the time, because I have got a file image of that aircraft. Ooh. tell you another one we've got plenty of file images of. That one. So we get a Qatar Dreamliner to get the show rocking and rolling. In fact, they're a bit earlier, they're not. Small minutes early. Well done to everybody that made that happen. Rab H, I'm hoping for a nice chill down show. There's not a YouTuber around that doesn't enjoy a good audience event, but of course we are a social community too, and obviously huge events as we had at Presswick on Friday, kind of, it's explosive to watch when it happens and blah blah blah, but of course it's harder to have the kind of chats that we do have. Kind of reminds me as well that we should have an in-show poll, topical I thought, and it's basically something which I think I might have mentioned in the stream on Friday, but I can't be certain. I was having an out-of-body experience, as I'm sure Scottish Linda will testify, and that is the 747, is Air Force One the most iconic 747 of all time? It's out there, isn't it? I guess when you start thinking about classic liveries, like, you know, my pet one, BOAC, that's the one that would push closest for me. But having finally at 60 years of age seen Air Force One, you know, close up, pretty wowed. For something as simple, it was just radiating aura, so I don't know. Anyway, that's out there. That's something to shoot the breeze with this chilled out Sunday morning. I'm on my lonesome today, so Linda Cooper is working. Although I understand we've exchanged messages this morning, Linda will be more available at weekends, hopefully from August, October. What did I say, October? I don't know. Hey. Good morning, Ian Nicholson. How you doing, mucker? So it should be quite interesting, shouldn't it? We've probably got, talk about the most iconic 747 of all time. Got to be honest, this ATR 72, which can't be far off, it was running early last I looked. It's, for me, probably the most iconic looking ATR 72, this Elise or Elise, whatever it's pronounced. Big DC, good morning to you. I see we've got these leaderboard top fans things showing. I'm personally not, I haven't set it like that. I have noticed that on a couple of other people's streams, and I think this is YouTube trying to default stuff just so people know. I mean, I'll consult members separately, but I don't really like leaderboard stuff with my fans and supporters and friends. You know, whether you're supporting me by watching, having membership, and you get the general idea, that's it. I don't want it to be some kind of, I won't use the actual word, but peeing kind of match. Not having that. So I'm going to find a way of actually thinking about it. I'm not going to consult on that. I think I'm just going to take that one off. Kofi did something similar, as some of you that follow us on Kofi will no doubt recollect. It's just not the way to go. It might be okay for some channels. I suppose that's the nature of YouTube, isn't it? You know, if the option suits you, use it. But I really resent things being defaulted in. Right, where are we? Westerly winds today. Andy P is in the show. What's the weather doing in Glasgow, Andy? Forecasts seem to be a bit cruddy, and coming up the A1 north of Berwick, somewhere between Berwick and Dunbar, it was pretty wet, and then the other side of Dunbar. So I got a feeling it's just going to be one of those showery kind of days. I've set things up as best I can for those kind of, oops. Right, trying to get on down that chat a bit more. Good morning, HGC. How you doing? And if anyone's in the show but not in the chat, a hearty and genuine good morning to you. Should have a cracking morning's plane spotting here at Edinburgh. Plenty of transatlantics. A high possibility, I would assume, of a SAS A330 departure, which we'll get to see nice and close up. It's just, I think, yeah, I've got the emojis corrected, or say corrected, repacked, dear members. I've probably forgotten something. It wouldn't be me if I hadn't, but one thing at a time. Right, I've got two chats open to make sure I can keep up with it, and one of them's stopped and one of them's still going, so let's just get myself into the right sequence. So on my phone it stopped at Big DC. Big DC, you've broken my phone. Luckily, trusty old default tablet is running as well. So John Kenneth Williams, good morning to you, sir. Happy Sunday. DR is in the show again. Lovely to see you back, DR. It is one of those slightly damp ones, isn't it? And I think the wind is supposed to pick up as the show progresses, not in the way that's going to create anything dramatic, probably just make any rain a bit more of a nuisance. Flip side of the coin is, now we look to be more or less hunkered down. He says slightly cagily when he realises he's missing something here. Let's just put a lid over the box. There we go, that's better. It's deceptive. You think it's stopped, and then you look at your stuff and you realise it's still getting a gentle coating. Yeah. Right, well, there's some thank yous already. Keith Cornell's blown up the show with a very generous super chat. I'll get to it, Casey. I'm going to go faster. I will, trust me. John Kenneth Williams, DR, that's the last hellos. Natalie Alice, hello to you. And if I remember correctly, you are off today, so having a bit of chill time with us, hopefully. Should work out a treat. We'll see what we can do for you. And my good old friend Bart at V1 Aviation is in the show, stopping by to say hi and drop a like. You're the man. I'm going to catch your show up, Bart, hopefully this evening. I see you were streaming at Frankfurt last night, yesterday evening. I was still absolutely whacked. Oh, our inbound ATR is virtually on us. Oh, I've just realised I've got a couple more settings I need to press. So inbound, well, actually, I don't think this is that one. It's not a black one, so it's got the Aer Lingus. So we do have a very stylish Air Release ATR 72 with us in small minutes, but we also usually get a couple of Aer Lingus ATRs from Belfast and Dublin, so this has to be that. It's certainly not creating much of a shadow, is it? A little bit of a nod to the breeze. I've got to take this rucksack off, it's killing me. I usually keep the rucksack on when it's a bit wet. In fact, just forgive me a minute, I'm taking it off now, it's bugging me. And I think I've got a couple of other things I need to adjust as well. So let's do the first of those things. So, Chigwell's finest, do not worry. I will be on the case in a jiff. Thank you, Andy P, for the feedback on sound and pictures. As well, I missed that one. Good morning, Paul Kaczynski. Over to my west at Livingston. Giant coin stacks. Hey up, buddy. Jimmy Gibson. Thumbs up from Mark. Jimmy. So, Ian Finley, remind me, what's a 7700 squawk? Is that medical? I did once set myself a little task of trying to memorise a decent proportion of squawks, but I forget too many things, so I don't see why I need to learn some new stuff to make me forget some other stuff. Good morning, Linda Cooper. Linda is in the show. It's a fault, not medical. Disembark and get on a new plane. No! What will the new plane be? I mean, do they have to send another big one? We'll find out. there's our first heavy of the day out the gate. Of course, we're not going to get a huge amount of it here with our leafy tree. Ryanair next to go. Give me a chance to do Keith Cornell's fireworks. So let's just get them activated. Thank you, Keith Cornell. Very generous, my friend. £21 to the cause. I will read out your message with it as well for 21 months here. So I thought it was going to be a milestone moment. It's fantastic to have you with us, my friend. Oops, why is that not staying still? Yeah, note to self. So Mohawk Scotland is in the show, I see, and also has a milestone to celebrate. So Mohawk, I've not gone out of sequence. Well, I have. You know what I mean. I'm not darting about, watching from the comfort of your computer. Way to go, my friend. Way to go. We'll do your fireworks as soon as this Ryanair graces the sky. All lined up, dressed up, ready to head off to Prague. Tell you what, there's another plane on finals. They're going to have to go. They are going to have to go. Inbound plane is United from Chicago as well. So they would have appreciated an extra circuit. So, flying pencil time. The United inbound from New York Newark, as seems to bedevil this show, is running late. So hold that thought. I think it's time enough for Mohawk's fireworks. Here we go, Graham. Thank you, mate. Nothing quite like a 757, generally in presidential colours, Air Force One type colours. Did that not look amazing on Friday? I didn't even know they had one in 757. Got it in all varieties. Good morning, Steve Beekhouse 78. My eyes have jumped out of sequence and therefore I tend to like to go with what I can see. Ash Watts, good morning to you, good buddy. This day last week, we were both at the Riat, weren't we? It does feel like at the minute it's aviation paradise. Good morning to John Robertson as well. Happy Sunday. So runway 24 we're on, John, at the minute. It's just the way that they designate either end of it, because depending on the wind will depend which direction they take off and land. So I think it's to do with, and there's cleverer people than me in the show, it's all to do with the line of the runway, what do you call it? The compass. Is that the word I'm after? Oh, crikey, I can't believe it. I've got a telescope. Ah! Can't even find what I'm looking for. I can't believe it. John, I've got to hold you responsible for my incompetence. So friends will know that once I'm distracted musing on something, everything else goes to doo-doo. So we're up and running. All good. It's lovely to have you with us, VDX Aviation. Lovely to have you with us. Where are you? Where are you based? So let me try and get on a bit more with the chat. DB Bassman is in the house. Good morning to you, DB. Dwayne Hughes, hello to you. Oh, Dwayne and Rona, hi to you both. Mohawk has unleashed the Pegasus. I nearly took Pegasus off, you know, today, but you know I always chicken out with that. I needed another emoji, but in the end I decided it's a team sport this, so right, I think this might be the Air Elise that's inbound. The piffle from me. No, it's another Aer Lingus, this one from Belfast. So that's going to be an ex-plane team. Give me a chance to quickly zoom down the chat a bit more. Neil Macquarie, good morning to you, Neil. So Dwayne Hughes is only down the road in Livingston, smashing. DigiDude, welcome back. Exactly that. I forgot about that. Thank you, DigiDude. Please do drop us a like, folks, nice and early, because then YouTube kind of recognise that we're broadcasting and they might make a bit of effort for their 30%. Might. Either which way, it definitely helps the world go round as a YouTuber. So there's a good possibility the SAS 330 could be sticking put for a bit. If they've disembarked, folks, it kind of points that way. I guess the other issue is how fully loaded that plane was. New York, Newark to Copenhagen, I would have figured it would have been a pretty full flight. We'll see how the morning unfolds. So British Airways next out the box with their Embraer 190, which will be one of those holiday wet leases that they tend to do. One of two that they send to Mallorca on the summer timetable. Good morning to Bilbo Bullbags. How are you doing? Air Leasing 9 minutes out, said Rab at 8:02. I'm 10 minutes behind. It must be the next one in. Yeah, it is. Brilliant how that works out. Let's see if I can just get down the chat a bit more. Aviation Dallas, Melbourne, Australia. Good morning to you. Anyone else I've missed? Our good friend Maverick79. Hey up, Paul. How goes it? Mav's hit 21 months too. There's definitely time for some fireworks. Mav, you're such a friend to us. Here you go. Happy birthday as well to Dwayne Hughes. Dwayne, dare we ask, how old are you? Have a great day anyway. Definitely do that. Rab's deployed the telescope, as Mohawk and HTC. You lot are utterly ruthless. I mean, I'm guilty as charged. Right, I'm just going to record this actually. I've just realised that this is what I want to record. Which if you keep banging the camera, that won't work. I'm going to try and keep the camera out of the drizzle as best I can. Proving tricky. Good morning to David Stewart, all the way to our west in South Orange County, California. Yes, we did catch, although I didn't appreciate I'd caught him, but apparently I did catch the big man on the stairs coming off Air Force One. Obviously on my viewfinder, it was, a more difficult thing, plus the fact it was pretty lively on the mound at Prestwick. But what an evening that was. For 3 hours of broadcast, we only saw 4 planes, and the experience is going to stay with me forever. So VDX Aviation spots at Edinburgh. Do say hello next time you see me down here. Hello to J. Ruda. Hello to you. Jules C. Good morning to you, Jules. Hi to Kieran Bailey. 51 today is Dwayne Hughes. Oops. We'll do you some fireworks actually, Dwayne. But I can't risk another telescope. 7:37 from somewhere, and I see it's at WestJet this time of day, a Halifax arrival, I think. Good morning and welcome back to Charlie Newlands. Hello to you. Glad you enjoyed Friday. It was one of those ones that when I stayed over in Travel Lodge there, and I got there about 10:30. It was midnight before I turned in. I just couldn't sleep. Brain was still trying to make sense of everything that I'd seen. What an experience that was. Right. Let's see if my flight radar is punching its weight this morning. EasyJet to Belfast. So it could be. Right, we're rolling. Somebody else is on finals too. Somehow the rain's got behind my position. Get on the camera, as in the viewing end of it. That kind of looks like the plane that Special Forces would use to go on holiday on, does it not? Blinking heck. Look at Keith Fennell's post. Air China Trident 2E saw over your house on the 3rd of June. As in this 3rd of June, not 3rd of June 1977. I didn't even know there were any of those still airworthy. It's the beautiful thing about you beautiful people. Someone will see something. I think this is the second Mallorcan departure in terms of explaining what's on shot. KLM inbound. We also have a KLM A320 mid-morning. This, on the other hand, will be the more regular 737-800 inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol. Yeah, that ATR, Rab, we've seen at Newcastle. We may have seen it in other, well, I haven't. You may have seen it elsewhere, but definitely seen it at Newcastle. Tell you what, I don't know me wildflowers, but look at this. It's almost like we're doing our own version of the Chelsea Flower Show. Right, thank you, Rab. I wasn't sure if it was, I'm on it now. Let's see if I can find out why that would be. Could be the wet weather protection. Thank you for heads up on that. Cable's in, so let's see if that, I've just moved it slightly. I wasn't sure if it was my headset. I was going to ask about it, but I hadn't seen a comment in the chat, so thanks for bearing with me, folks, and Rab, thanks for the heads up. I've just pushed everything and nothing's pushed in a bit any further, but I'm just wondering whether one of my short cables is on the way out and doesn't like being bent in a certain way. So we'll see what happens here. Can be a bit of a challenge to get everything under the bag. It's a bit too breezy for the little umbrella that I use sometimes, although to be fair, it's more of a sun protector than anything else. Ooh, thank you, Ian Finley. BizJet next in, and it's one of the odd things today. We've got, sometimes we get very little BizJet on a Sunday. I think it's at least 3, and we've already had a biz prop takeoff. So the inbound from London Luton is a Cessna Citation Latitude, pretty much approaching its 2nd birthday. Always room for a BizJet at Edinburgh, and certainly in one of my shows. So BizJet next in, and it's being chased in by an EasyJet from Milan. So that's your next 2. Yeah, going back to the sound issue, more for Rab, I guess, this one, but generically as well. My headset's about had it, and I thought, is this the show where I retire it? But on this occasion, it's going to get a stay of execution. You know, it is stuff that you use out in the weather, always ages prematurely, a bit like the camera operator too. So in terms of weather forecast, we'll do that in a minute, but I think it's a 40% chance of rain pretty much through to show close. As you can see, the windsock's doing a fair bit, but it's not really too much to write home about. Let me get back to the chat. Dean Kerbo, I've just seen your incredibly generous super chat. Welcome back, buddy. So yeah, VDX Aviation, it's not really brolly weather today. I tried that when I was setting up, trying to keep the drizzle off the kit, but it was at risk of blowing it out. But I don't think it's going to move the planes about too much. So second BA departure to Mallorca. Somebody well into final, so I suppose we will lay in wait. That'll be the EasyJet from Milan. Then we'll do Dean's fireworks. I think that's the way to go. So, very generous, $50 US to Plain Sailing Aviation, and we've got some good plans for August, so you're going to see all of that extrapolated into a bit more bonus action. We are off to Geneva and Zurich in the month. We're doing some extra shows from Edinburgh, and we have plans to see if we can do one more Aberdeen and hopefully take the show to Hamburg in the earlier part of autumn. So, as always, everything we get just goes back out on content, and it seems a good idea to make the best of what's left of the summer timetable. I was thinking about that on the A1 this morning, thinking, oh, what a good year it's been here. Edinburgh has had an absolutely super array of aircraft, but in terms of the channel and where we've been and what we've seen, you know, we've had great times in other places too. Right, Dean Kerbo's fireworks. Let's do it now. Dean, you're a real pal. This is for you. Awesome stuff. Right, do we have a gap? I've got some more fireworks I do need to do as well for friends of ours that have got Ko-fi subscriptions with the channel that have landed in between shows. But we'll do a few more good mornings first. Good morning to the legend that is Jonathan McD, who was above and beyond for us on Friday night at Prestwick. What do you reckon, Jonathan? One of those nights that will live on in the memory? I'll tell you what, it soon got dark there, or darkened. Right, Linda, you know how far behind I'm going to be. You are at the window right in front of you near BA plane. Guess 7 or 9. Right, I'll tell you what, Linda, let me get, if you can hear me, I'll get to you in a minute. I'm just having a quick look at the timeline on this, because you know what a fiasco it is me trying to track you. Oh, Jonathan McD, you broke my heart. More rain to come. To be fair, that's what the sky's telling me as well, so I think we can say we're going to be hunkering down, I think. Good morning, Celtic champions. Top of the morning to you. I reckon Sunday morning is probably the time of the week to kick back, enjoy some planes, hang out with your friends, and just, yeah, take it easy. The week's a whirl, isn't it? Not so much for me. I'm retired these days, but I ain't been retired that long that I don't remember what it was like. Do you know what my glasses could do with some kind of wiper mechanism on them? Good morning, Carol Ann. Welcome to Edinburgh, or welcome back, should I say, to Edinburgh, Carol Ann. Just in time to catch this EasyJet inbound from Milan. And do you know what? Jonathan McD is spot on about the rain. It's just gone up 3 notches. I may have to just jiggle things around a little bit, folks, so if I have to just point the camera and make some bashing noises in the background, it's just me trying to recalibrate things a little bit before the moisture gets in where it shouldn't do. Good morning, Justine Hewitt. Justine, I hope you're going good. Regards to Martin as well. Yeah, Friday night, what was that all about? Yeah, that could be it. Do you reckon, Jonathan McD, that Linda is actually trying to entice me away from the actual inbound action? I don't know. Anyway, let's get back on the chat. Good morning to Mary Brock. How you doing, Mary? Much love from me to you. Hope it's all good in Oz. Good morning to Mike Wild. Thumbs up from Mark. I'll tell you what, going back to the Friday night thing, Eddie and I were chatting about it yesterday. You know, like, I've got one of those like deck phones at home that sits in a charger. Ran it flat. We just... I think we were talking over each other at the initial phase of things because there were that many things we kind of wanted to articulate. Great times. Oh, Mohawk's got, well, I don't know if you've got eyes on it, but we've got our Virgin Atlantic A350 is in close proximity as this Norwegian 737 makes its way out. So let's have a look. Mary says this Friday is her son Stephen's 28th birthday. Stephen, if you can hear this, a very happy birthday to you from Mark and the rest of the PSA team. Mary, I'm sorry I got so baffled over the weekend with Friday's excitement. Is it not your mother's, was it your mother's birthday yesterday? It's Christine, 77? Sorry, I've got a hazy recollection. But if I'm right, I hope she had a cracking time. And if I'm wrong, well, I do try my best. Why is it doing that? Trouble, all this rain on your screens, it creates hassle. Kind of self-actuating, if that's in fact the word. Yes, I'd like my live chat back. Can I have it, please? Let's see. Hey, there we go. 100 likes up, says DB Bassman. And a up to boom. So I won't celebrate the 100 up with fireworks. The drizzle is just starting to get into that veering towards onerous phase. As you can probably hear, actually. So Norwegian off to Copenhagen. I wonder if any of the Scandinavian 330 passengers were shuffled onto this flight. Just about time enough if there was space. Although if you've got to send an aircraft, you might as well make sure you keep all your money in the company, hadn't you, rather than buy seats on other people's planes. Right, I'm going to have to change strategy, beloved friends. Bear with me. I'm going to try and put the big brolly on it and hope it don't blow out, because for some reason, even though the weather's coming from the west, the rain is getting behind me. Mohawk Scotland, thank you so much for your £2 super chat. Linda says she was between gate 7 and 9. Linda, I wouldn't expend too much effort trying to get caught on camera unless the rain eases off. It's, as you can hear, it's and see out your window, it's just suddenly gone onerous. So I'm just going to keep the brolly. So one hand's got the brolly. I just noticed the face, or the back face of the camera was taking a bit of water, which is unusual. We'll see if we can style it out. Conditions are a little bit challenging, but happy days. Nothing immediately on finals. We do have an aircraft sitting out over the Firth of Forth at the minute, and that is the Air Canada 737 MAX from Montreal. A MAX 8 of 7 and a bit years of vintage. It's going to be coming your way in about 3 minutes, I would have thought, something in that region. Hopefully a squally shower will have cleared off while I try and think of a better plan for my current situation. I suppose I could try my little brolly on the camera, but I'm not keen. Thanks, Mohawk. That's an invaluable second opinion on the weather front. I mean, the upside is if we can keep the tech in the right place. Always a big if, isn't it? Let me just put the rucksack back on my back just to protect the inside of it. So we should have. We've got Virgin Atlantic inbound with their A350. We've got Delta due out to Atlanta at 9 o'clock, which I believe is the aircraft on shot. And as you can see, poking out towards the right from behind the building, we've got a minty blue Air Canada. So today we've got both Air Canada emojis in the show. Good morning to the legend that is Hammy. How you doing, pal? I think I might be identifying as a lemon cheesecake. Now you've given me the choice. How goes it, Mucker? Just check I've not missed anybody else. And if you are in the show but you've not jumped into the chat yet, come on, take the plunge, say hello. It'd be lovely to catch you. So I can just about see the Air Canada inbound. I'm just trying to see if there's somewhere smarter that I can put the umbrella so I can kind of wedge it in my coat. Used to be what I did. I'm not sure if that's the way to go this time, but we'll experiment. So I'm just moving the microphone at the minute while I just try something slightly different. So, yeah, might work. We're going to find out in a minute. So if you can visualise the scene, I've got a brolly wedged in my coat, which I think might just about work in these conditions. Yeah, Linda, definitely don't try and catch my eye if it's raining. It's proving tricky today. I did think about setting up with the old Panasonic today, thinking if it rains a lot, that's way easier to protect and less valuable. But I've become quite attached to using the new kit now, and therefore, well, that's why we're using it. So I was saying earlier in the show, for the benefit of anyone that's joined more recently, this top fans thing that you see at the top of the chat isn't something I'm keen on. YouTube had defaulted that in, or certainly they've added it in and I've not deselected it because I didn't know they were doing it. So we've got BA push. There. So that won't be in the show next time you see the show. You're all top fans as far as I'm concerned. Right, inbound max, let's get on that. Let's find out if this brolly arrangement really will work. First thing I've discovered is I need longer arms. So I think this Montreal connection runs through, I think, till the end of September. Is that correct, chat? I think it is literally only a summer thing, probably to test demand. Oh, wind was just taking the brolly out of my coat. Get back. Ah, Natalie Alice has found the blue Air Canada emoji. So you've got both in the show today. I just couldn't decide which to leave out, so I like them both. I think Lufthansa was actually biffed off. What settled that? I thought back to my luggage woes with Lufthansa, and I thought, no, I'll leave their emoji out. Haven't entirely forgiven them. Sorry, Hammy. Well, I saw your email, so for the benefit of those who don't know, on Friday at Press Week, I ended up, not interviewed, but I'm actually pointing the camera in a bit of BBC coverage, and Hammy and Les Donaldson, as well as it goes, both sent me that, and it was Hammy's that I saw first, and yeah, it was a what the F. I mean, the place was crawling with media, but I didn't really want to get around that. I didn't mind them filming me doing stuff, I didn't know they were doing it, but yeah, that was a surprise. My mother loved it. I mean, they're all there. Sky, BBC, STV, LBC, you name it. Good morning, Alibi 58. Just seen you in action. How goes it, Mucker? Ready for an easier morning? Yeah, that's we like to look after you all, David, so I don't know what the conversational build-up was, but yeah, we like to watch our friends' corner, definitely, and consider yourself a friend. Right, British Airways off to Heathrow, so we should get a bit of spray kick-up. Mary, yes, he's still in Scotland. I'm not sure if he's in Aberdeen now. Sunday today, so if he isn't, I'm assuming he'd be going. He's got golf courses on both sides of Scotland. And not stay in the rain with the lens. Happy days. I do hope this rain stops though. It was one of those, you know, after Friday's dramatics, I thought to myself, I might bring the chair with me today and set things a little bit lower. So I just caught the tripod there. Inbound aircraft is probably Virgin Atlantic, I would have thought. It is inbound from Orlando. So here you go, folks. You're going to get a fair bit of spray off this baby. The only 350 in the show. This was my pre-show favourite for plane of the day, but if we get to see that SAS 330 go, that could steal it. The Elise A72, ATR 72 is also a possibility as well. All right, see what we get off the deck. So if you like your Transatlantics, you're going to get plenty of that today. Blimey, that wind's getting up. I think it's supposed to get somewhere close to 30-mile-an-hour gusts by lunchtime. But paradoxically, the risk of rain is supposed to recede. So we'll see. EasyJet next in from Birmingham. Anyone that's just joined the show, happy Sunday and welcome to Edinburgh. I have to be honest, this is something else about Friday at Press Week. How lucky were we? No rain. It was spitting with rain when I got to the spot. You know, that very minor stuff where you think, which way is this going to go? Happy days. Right, let's have a little look-see. Well, as you would expect, that 350 has rolled out very long. When you see it go around 10:30, 10:25, it'll be getting up pretty smartly. Nearly always a very early rotator. So the inbound Birmingham flight is a 320, an A320, 16 years of age. Just crossing the coast now, just over 1,000 feet. I've got eyes on it, but I'm not going to point the camera just yet. That's interesting, Hammy. What's the word up on the Lossiemouth no-fly zone then? Tuesday afternoon? I'm intrigued. It's a bit far for me to venture up there to see what's going on, but I am intrigued, definitely. Right, there's an ATR strumming away in the background. I can't see it. Oh, it's an Aer Lingus one. I can see it now. I'll tell you what, DB Bassman, that is a very iconic thing to have done. Virgin Atlantic 747. That was the one thing that I didn't quite get right at the Riat weekend. On the Saturday morning, I went straight from Bristol Airport to Kemble, see what I could see, but I tried to book tickets to go on the static 747 they've got there, but that wasn't open on the Saturday for whatever reason. Seems a bit daft because lots of people were in the locality for the Riat. You think the spin-off would be people going to Kemble. It was certainly very busy there. Welcome back to the show, 6110, Swissport worker, our friend in Japan. How are you doing? Fantastic to have you back with us. J-Ro Ruder, thumbs up to you in Arlington, Texas. All right, got you, Hammy. Roger that. But is that where Air Force One is going from? Sorry, I'm being a bit of a doofus. Good morning, Deb08. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you've got a bit of blue sky. Good morning, the one and only Dopey Gorp. How you doing, pal? Did you have a good night last night? So, VDX Aviation says the same Virgin Atlantic 350. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the... What's this one named? Right, we do have a ATR scurrying across. You'll see it on your shot in a minute. We do have an inbound aircraft too, that being a Ryanair from Dublin. The ATR is probably going to Dublin too. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's going to Dublin. Everybody except me, by the look of it. Oh, quick one, by the way, chat, because it's a good representation of our community and friends. Has anyone seen Craig McLean recently? Just hoping he's all right, because I know he had a health issue some months back, and whereas it may be just be he's got other stuff to do, he's a good egg, and I'm just curious whether anyone's seeing Craig elsewhere. As long as he's all right. Never forget my friends. So Swissport worker off duty today. Well, excellent. We can enhance your day off. That is a good thing. Soul Rebel, thank you, Mohawk Scotland. I was going to guess on that because we do see a lot of Soul Rebel, don't we? So we've got an ATR about to go, so let's go and acquire that. So I can't remember whether I picked it up from the chat. Can you see today's poll? It's a fairly routine proposition, I guess, in terms of is Air Force One the most iconic 747 ever? Might seem a slam dunk question, but I don't know. Other liveries have graced that plane. But if you can see the poll, how's it running? Kind of expecting it to be heftily in favour of Air Force One, but it was DB Bassman's post about flying on the Virgin Atlantic 747. Oh, let me just go to the left. I see a Smoky Joe pushing back. This will be Delta's departure to Atlanta. Drizzle is persisting. Can't see the poll, says Mohawk. Oh, blow. Neither can Natalie. Sorry, folks. I was trying to get the poll up in the drizzle, trying to cover the laptop and blah, blah, blah. We'll roll that one forward. We'll do it next week. Thanks, Hammy, and anyone else that's commenting. I punched the text in, thought I'd hit post, but the amount of moisture that was appearing on the keyboard kind of made me rush. Usually I wait a little bit longer just to see it drop. Told you, this live broadcast thing does sew up a few loose ends. It really does. Amy, you're exactly right, mate. Mods were brilliant, but also our friends in our community, including yourself too. It got wild, didn't it? I would have definitely been chucking out a few deputy stars in that phase. Couldn't do it trackside. It just got mental, didn't it? Kind of strange, isn't it? But I suppose keeping politics out of it. I mean, somebody I think even suggested that in a post after the show, that I'd taken the camera off the president on his way down the stairs I think somebody, what was it? He says he doesn't do politics, but he took the camera off the president. Yeah, that's exactly why I did it. There's so many folks out there angry about non-existent stuff. It's just bizarre. But yeah, fantastic. It was a bit trickier on a couple of occasions on the mound, actually. Never quite sure, are you, with live broadcast? How's it going to go? Good morning, Linda Jane Love. How you doing? Ah yes, we do have Wendy Darling as well. That is one I've seen this season. I've not seen that many different ones, but I have seen Wendy as well as Soul Rebel. For the life of me, I cannot remember who Soul Rebel is named after, which is odd because I used that fact in the show a few weeks back. Anyone put me out of my misery? Otherwise I'd be thinking about it all morning and failing to keep on top of things. But it kind of feels like the rain is veering towards stopping. There's another ATR moving, and that is the stylish, oh so stylish Air Elise. I can't blooming see it. It's kind of obscured. See how it's a camo plane. I think Alibi, I'll chalk the pole up to experience. As I say, it was tricky. Oh, Alibi, did you not catch my explanation about those, as you say, daft crowns? Nothing to do with me, everything to do with YouTube. So I've got to find out how to default that kind of nonsense out for future shows. As I've said earlier, and I hope other people have got this as well, I'm not into any of that leaderboard guff. Definitely not. I don't know why they come up with stuff like that. It's a sure way to pee off more people than you make happy. It just shows you that these tech companies, you know, like Google and so forth, some of the people that come up with this stuff, it's clever innovation on one hand, but lack a bit of real world understanding of what the people who use the kit want from it. I mean, perhaps some of the bigger channels do get asked about this sort of thing, but let's face it, no one much cares what small fry like us think. That's just the way it is. Good morning to Paul Martin. Sunny Luton? Are you sure? Oh no, I've just seen the rest of it. Not. Gonna say I'm feeling very short-changed, Paul. I really am. Well, I was in that nanosecond. Good morning to Abby Garvey. What's with you this morning, Abs? Horses? Flying? Or something completely different? Do tell. Oh, great stuff, Ian Finley. Your first grandchild, Jessie John? Am I reading that through the drizzle correctly? I am made up for you. I can remember that feeling myself. My granddaughter is now a little bit over 3. It's fantastic. So chuffed for you all. Milestone moment, and you know, anyone that's a parent will know that feeling. A grandparent just switches it all back on. Just as well really, because we have our granddaughter 3 days of the week, Tuesday through Thursday. Although I think nursery hours up in September, so that will drop to 2 days, so even that's going a bit too fast. Sorry, I couldn't call the destination on this plane. Still a bit wet at the minute, so I'm trying to hold on to as much protection as I can. Uh-oh, I've just remembered something I do need to do, and I've forgotten to do it. Hang on, or had I forgotten to do it? Oh no, ignore me. I thought I hadn't put the camera back on charge, so I'd used the power bank that I used for the laptop, because the battery is spanked on the laptop. Used the power bank for the laptop and then had to switch it back to trickle the camera, but then I couldn't remember if I'd done it. One mushroom, that's what it feels like at the minute under this brolly. Ah, Bob Marley, says Linda Jane Love. That's exactly right. You've reminded me of what I've forgotten. Good morning, Just Planes 1 or 11, I'm not quite sure. It's got a lot of rain on the front of my phone. Look at that. Told you it's wet. Right, where did the super stylish Airways go? Because if that sneaks out without me getting the camera on it, you'll hear a 60-year-old bloke cry. You don't want that. So it came in from Sonderburg. I can't quite see where it's going. Hopefully chap knows. Right, I've got to give these glasses a wipe. No, I can't. GEW 2377. Hello to you. Your 19-year-old son Reese is on the Aer Lingus to Belfast. He's a big fan. Super stuff. I'm hoping that's the one that is second to go. So safe flight to Reese. Happy trip. Good morning as well to Maria Spinelli. Wave from Mark to you, Maria. Horses this morning for Abby. Is it like this where you are, Abs? I think the horses will want to stay in their stables. Oh, VDX Aviation has dropped for me the bombshell news. We've got a SAS 330 due to go at 11 minutes past 9. So what time is it now? I can't even see the time. Go nowhere. Can't be long to wait then. I do want to record that, but I don't know how it's going to be possible. I'll probably have to get Eddie to declip it for me or something. That is exciting. Big smile here. It does look military, doesn't it, Paul Martin? It's not easy to see this when it's framed by other things. But I genuinely think the most stylish ATR in the skies. Nice early rotation. I can't keep up with it because the umbrella is arresting me. I've got to come out of that because I'm going to wet the lens, isn't I? I've forgotten what it was like at this time, doing stuff in the rain. Hammy, I hope you wind them up with a smile on your face. Mind you, to be fair, I'm always yanking Eddie's chain. Not always to universal appreciation. Right, next inbound is going to be a Turkish Airlines A321neo inbound from Istanbul. Oh, it's starting to get worse. I thought it was getting better. Things can only get better. There's no sing emoji in the deck today, if indeed that was singing. It was spontaneous. Thank you, Natalie Alice. That super stylish ATR going back to Sonderburg. Looks pretty light. Broken cloud in Aberdeen. Oh, it's solid rain cloud here, Abs. No good at all. So we do have the Turkish Airlines emoji at your disposal, members, should you wish to deploy. Right, so if this is indeed Belfast bound, bon voyage, Therese. Yeah, I'm with you, Dopey Gorp. That Air Elise has also got, apart from a military look, it's also got a bit of an All Blacks vibe, hasn't it? Good morning to, I think that's Mike Gala. Sorry Mike, it's hard to read the screen at the minute with droplets running off it. Alan T, I do recognise you. Might be a bit echoey because I'm under a medium-sized brolly. Air Canada in the background there, shortly to depart for Toronto. As previously, I'm booking out of the rotation quite early because that's where the rain is driving from. Ooh, loving the emoji smash with the Turkish. Natalie Alice, Deb08, Dopey Gorp, Jonathan McD, Rab H, all giving it plenty of flourish. Thank you, Hammy. That is exactly so, my friend. So please do drop us a like. It really does encourage YouTube to pull their weight. Right, something on finals. We've also got Scotland's finest making their debut. Right, that's a 757. I'm going to say that's United Airlines delayed inbound from New York Newark. Should have been in around 8:05. Washington is not due until 10:25 or thereabouts. Navy Jack, big wave and a thumbs up from Mark here at Edinburgh. And if you're watching the show, wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us at Edinburgh. Runway 24 in action, planes coming to us from the Firth of Forth. Should be some good spray here. I'll stay towards the back for that one. Out of the rain. So, where's Scotland's finest? I think this is Surfer Dudes off to Newquay. That makes it about 9:30, I would have thought. I can't see the time on anything at the minute, so this is belt and braces. Even my glasses aren't getting a wipe. Eddie's in the house. Good morning, our Ed. And also in the house is Andy Rankin. Greetings to you in Skipton. Eddie, you're going to love it. We've got an SAS A330 that diverted in. It was a New York Newark to Copenhagen. Sounds like it's going to be going out, so that's a bonus plane, hence the change to the thumbnail. Still plenty of Transatlantic action in today's show as well. Plenty. Tell you what, we'll go the other way because keep the lens as dry as I can. Rainy with Mary as well in Australia. It's everywhere. Good morning, Lowlander. How goes it? Oh, it's getting heavier. As you can probably tell. Oh, that's a good shout as well with that departed Logan Air. I missed that. It's got the Isle of Man livery. Thank you, Lowlander. Next inbound is a Lauda from Vienna. Good morning, Ash. He's definitely hit the smoke button, or smoke effect. Right, Air Canada, next to go, folks. I can't believe Chipaz 1990 is not in the show. These are the moments he lives for. Good morning to JRS Aviation. SAS went, well, diverted here, technical issue, but it appears is expected out shortly. Going to try and get the weather forecast up. I'm curious whether this is going to be what I'm getting for the rest of the day. It's 9:16, so Met Office. Yes, please. Can you whistle me up a bit of sunshine? Good morning, Polar Beer. Happy Sunday to you, my friend. We do have an EasyJet a bit further along, shaping to go. No, we should be able to zoom the ASL giant coin stacks. Everything's in the comfort zone to my left. Let's get you in a bit more. Is that enough for you? It's more to the right where the rain's coming from, where everything's a bit too faffle. So forecast says rain till 11, 70% of probability at 10, falling to 50% by 11. KLM are just, let's just come out of the zoom. Just showing their hand. Neil Seaves, good morning to you. Oh, it is very wet, isn't it? Deceptively wet. I must be honest, I took a naive view of the forecast. I thought 30-40% chance of rain. Yeah, it'll rain, but it will be very transitional, where pretty much it's been raining since I got here, more or less. Still, it adds a lot of spray to the show. We've got quite a few heavies to do. We've got the SAS diverted A330 due out shortly, so that should kick up plenty of spray for us on takeoff. That's very much a bonus movement. I'll try and film that as a separate clip if I can. at the minute I won't be able to, because it'd be too difficult to get in the box. But we'll see. Don't worry, Alibi, there's no rush on that one. No rush on that, but I thought I'd get everything out of my head while I can see it with clarity. Good stuff. Jonathan McD, one of our advanced weather spotters, confirms it is brightening up. Rain has stopped. Oh, excellent. I think if it stops here, we'll be good for spray for a good 40 minutes. If it just stopped now. I can't see out to the west. The brolly is slanted that way, but looking out to the east, certainly that sky looks horrible. Of course, out to the east it's already passed. If I have a chance to quick look, yes, it does look like it's brightening up. It's just a brighter shade of grey. Now I've pulled my jack plug out my headphones, so I can't. Let's get the sound back on, that's better. Good morning, Mothman. Hope all is good. Just in time for this EasyJet departure. So I can't see it on my flight radar. I've got the KLM, but not the Easy, which is interesting. Oh, look at that. Absolute. Oh, I can see a bit of the Pentland Hills. I was going to say no chance of getting the Pentlands. Some chance. Welcome back to possibly the longest YouTube username in tribute. Hello to you. Nope, KLM are about to go, and I've just missed a planes and trains moment. Oh, there you go. There's a train. So we do get to see a KLM A321, I think in the next hour or so, might be sooner. Good morning, Retreating Blade. Hello to you, buddy. Ha, Natalie Alice is quicker than me. Planes and trains on the old emoji. Oh, Rav H is in there too. Les Donaldson has been giving me no end of stick on the lack of planes and trains emojis. And it's there, but where's Les? Where is the Falkirk Ultra? Ian Nicholson, member for 16 months at Plain Sailing Aviation, one of our stalwart supporters. So much for summer weather. You ain't kidding. Been fantastic to have you with us, and you've been such a great supporter, and thank you so much, Ian. I can't get the fireworks on now, it's just too wet. Put my hand in the box, I'll probably let more water in than a bit, but thank you so much. Right, let's try and get back. So, what does that say? Good morning, Weange. I'm Mark Weange, if we've not introduced before. Smashing to have you with us. Hey up, the main man in Hong Kong is in the show. John Mackenzie, member for 23 months, another great friend of ours. How are you keeping, John? Hope all is good. Don't know if you caught any of Friday's mayhem. It was almost impossible to carry any mental registration of who was in the chat and who wasn't, but crackers. Just looking at the chat, Rab talking about timing a few out mistakenly. I think Eddie had rapid fire on at one point. Fire at will. Which is not great if your name is Will. You know that saying about things getting big on you quickly? That would be a great example of that. Oh, Ian Nicholson, you are, well, the man. Gifting and plain sailing aviation membership. And who got that? Let's have a look. Martin Ward. Well, welcome aboard, Martin Ward. And Ian Nicholson, thanks for being a mate. Kind of virtual firework moment, really. I just can't see a way of doing it. Probably not for another 20 minutes. So we've got another WestJet inbound, says Keith Cornell. Roger that. That will be the inbound from Toronto. I'm absolutely as dry as a box of sand. I've got a bottle of water, but it's out of reach. I can't get the water without taking the brolly down. It'll just create mayhem. It's like one of those things, isn't it? You know, when you got a fox, a hen, and something or other, and they've all got a bag of seed. And how do you get them all across the river without them eating each other? Well, the seed doesn't eat anything, but you get the general idea. Hey up, Ian Nicholson's in again. What a legend. Thank you so much, Ian. Big smile at this end. Ian Hiles, if Ian is in the show, welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge, courtesy of our friend Ian Nicholson. 200 likes are up as well, so thank you everybody that has clicked the like button. If you're in the show and you've yet to hit the like, it's the easiest way you can help any YouTube, can't get my words out in my excitement, channel. And of course it's entirely free. And smaller channels definitely benefit more than the bigger channels when you drop a like. It's like double the resonance. A big splash. Which is kind of appropriate because it's pretty wet here at the minute. So we're in a bit of a pause plane wise. I have got some bits and bobs which I want to show you on the screen. I just can't get to that. We do have a plane crossing the coast now, a Ryanair from Stansted, 15 years of age, a 737-800. That's going to be your next spray generating arrival. Hey up, Les Donaldson is in the show. Les, let it be said, there is a planes and trains emoji available for you today. But before you ask, no, it's not a ScotRail one. I couldn't find a way of making it readable satisfactorily. And then, of course, not every train we see on that track, I think, is a ScotRail. But anyway, by the by, mate, happy days. Hope all is good. Hope you've recovered as well from the wappy excitement that was Friday. There you go. Thank you, Hammy. Oh, there's a planes and trains moment. Hammy, how did you do that? So American Airlines centerpiece in the shot. It's my favourite default shot, my favourite standard livery here, no question. I may have mentioned that before. Good morning, Tony McCall. Have you recovered, Tony, from all that excitement on Friday night at Prestwick? Something else, wasn't it? So we got another Loganair ATR departure. I would assume, as we've seen Newquay go, I think that was Newquay we saw go, that will make this Exeter almost certainly. Let me check it out. Check it out now. Exeter. Oops. That's the brolly catching the camera, or catching the long lens more accurately. Gonna go short. Next inbound is going to be an Iberia Express from Madrid. Boy, are they in for a culture shock. Ooh, thank you JRS Aviation. The doors are closed on the A330. I so hope the rain stops enough for me to get the record button on. I can't think of a time that we've had a SAS A330 through Edinburgh, but I stand to be corrected in the chat. While we hold that thought, good morning, EasyJet. Hello to you. Thank you for leaving a like for us as well. That does help make our world go round. Good morning, Siobhan Everett. How you doing, Siobhan? So we do have more inbound action, WestJet from Toronto. But before we have that, we've got that Exeter ATR departure, just rolling now. Oh, I thought it was rolling. Come on, baby, there's an inbound plane. Right, WestJet it is. Well, I do declare that that brighter weather that Jonathan McD was tantalising me with could well be within 10 minutes of us. It's definitely brightening. You can probably hear the rain still tinking down on the brolly, but it's changed. Is it changed as in a good change? So, anyone see that 330 transponding yet? I haven't got it showing here, but doors are closed. JRS Aviation has shared that with us. Next inbound is just taking shape, still out over sea, but we do have JetBlue in the mint leaves livery. By appointment only, I guess. I think that's the one. Anyway, it's just crossing the coast. It's a firm favourite of ours. We've seen it quite a bit this summer timetable. So our first special livery of the show is more minutes away. Stop raining in Falkirk, says Les. Yeah, I think we might be on the same page then. That'd be handy because this umbrella's giving me backache. I'm kind of arching my back to keep the coat tight on the brolly to hold the brolly at the right angle. But it'd be nice to get the brolly down. Just want enough water on the deck for that SAS 330 to kick up plenty of spray. So that's the kind of calculation that I'm teasing myself with. The countdown is on, VDX Aviation. The countdown is on. A bonus plane. It kind of nearly got me to spit my coffee out when I saw it run by the crash gate, because I thought, nah. I thought it was a 350 in the moment. I didn't realise that SAS operated any 330s. It was clearly a heavy. Right, let's get to the JetBlue. Let's get into the blue. Ooh, streamers too. They come with gifts. So for anyone that has joined the show more recently and knows how we roll here, we do have a telescope already. I missed a Pilatus PC-12 earlier in the show. No credible explanation offered. I think I was distracted, wasn't I? But I think we accepted that that wasn't a credible explanation. So it got airborne before I got the camera on it. Good morning, David Smart. How you doing, pal? I'm not sure if I can get the fireworks on, David, but thank you so much for your Ko-fi subscription. This month's has just dropped. The intention was to get a slide up and put the fireworks on, but I've kind of had to step away from that. Conditions being wet here trackside, I don't want to expose any of the broadcast gubbings to the elements. Kind of relies on me to access touchscreens and so forth. But thank you so much for your continued support. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to have to verbalise it. Yvonne V as well. Yvonne V's very generous £20 Ko-fi subscription landed as well. Thank you so much, Yvonne V. And Anthony AJ Shannon. His £5 a month Ko-fi subscription, his very generous support, has also landed. So thank you all three for supporting us through Ko-fi. I'd rather verbalise it than miss the moment if I can. Oh, did. At one point, Hammy, looking at Hammy's numbers in the chat, we did go over 100,000 somewhere, oh dear, earliest Saturday morning, and then YouTube presumably stripped off some of the bots and so forth that can get in the figures. So we kind of got to 100,000, then we got that medal ripped off our chest. But we may yet tickle that towards 100,000. I think between the live stream and the short clip of the Air Force One landing, it's added up to 100k. I think the actual live show will probably pan out at that, and I think we can say with confident certainty we will never repeat that again. I know sometimes you can say never, but get out of it, never going to happen again. So thank you to everybody that was in that. I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly, I guess. Yao Campus. Don't think I've said that right, but hopefully you'll recognise my honest attempt. Good morning to you and welcome to the show. I'm Mark, and for anyone else who's in the show, new to the channel perhaps, yeah, I'm Mark for the avoidance of doubt. Here live at Edinburgh International Airport. Runway 24 currently in operation. Planes basically coming in from the coast and then drying out the runway from all this rain that's been coming. There you go, look at that. It's like a smoky 1970s Moggy Minor. But there were a lot of smoky cars around in the 70s. Smoky pubs, smoky cars. The wind is getting up. My brolly is trying to yank itself out of my coat. Fancy that. Sure sign it's getting windier. Good morning, Gary Bradley. You're off to North Carolina on Delta on Wednesday. Getting in the mood. Good stuff. There's a few Deltas in today's show. Let's just show you the one that is currently in shot. Oh, how's that for you? 767. Thank you, JRS Aviation. Stairs away from the SAS A330 that diverted here en route between New York Newark and Copenhagen due to a tech issue. So that is our bonus heavy. Every show should have one, really. And it's pushed. Thank you, JRS Aviation. I've got a decision I'm going to have to make in a minute, whether I dare peel the lid and try and record it, the lid on my box, activate the record button, or whether I'll have to wait a little bit longer. Probably do that. Welcome back, Mary Brock. Eyes are on the horizon. SAS expected at 10, says VDX Aviation. So 40 minutes. Looking at the sky, I reckon it will have stopped raining. Now that will be, if you pardon the pun, a perfect storm. Let's just take the camera for a quick drive. We've already had a look at the ASL, should I say, freighter. Check out the West Atlantic rainbow look. Good morning, Alexandra Wood. How are you doing, Alexandra? Recovered from Friday? And, well, you had birthday celebrations, of course, yesterday, so you might be double tired. Oh, my back. Right, we've got an easy on the push, so that's where we're going to take the camera. I think all the mods will be filing claims for repetitive strain injury from all that deleting, all that ridiculous spamming that was going on. We definitely need a rapid fire mode if we ever find ourselves covering another mass market type event. Looks like we might have a BizJet on the move as well. That Cessna Citation Latitude that we saw arrive from Luton in the early phase of the show is indeed moving. Let's get the focus into the right proportion. Oh, we've got a citation 10 minutes out, have we, Les? It is looking quite promising on the BizJet front. As we know, Sundays can be BizJet quiet. But today is not one of those Sundays. Where are you watching from, JRS Aviation? Sorry Casey, I can't help you with the SAS reg, but we should get a good flank shot of it. VDX Aviation? No, I'm Northumberland based, so Newcastle, where we kind of started a lot of our coverage, is geographically nearer. We just do more stuff in Edinburgh. It's our home base, well, between Edinburgh and Newcastle, and we like to get to Aberdeen as much as we can during the summer season. Can't believe we're at the back end of July already. Oops. In fact, we'll be getting ourselves back to Newcastle first opportunity, as soon as we get something that is sufficiently juicy for you all. I think we have that coming up with the AirX A340 bringing Newcastle United back from their overseas trip. That's early August off the top of my head, so the plan is to cover that. Right, this should go up like the proverbial pocket rocket. And so it did. Oh, camera lock. Sorry, team. Sensory deprivation going on there. Really am sorry about that. I've got to get rid of this umbrella. It's cramping me. My back's just about in spasm. First world problem. Is the rain stopping now? I think it has, you know. Let's find out. Right, well, that's the brolly down. I wouldn't have now stopped that BizJet if I'd taken the brolly down 30 seconds sooner. Ash, we're hoping to do another Aberdeen in August. That will be the last one of the year if we pull it off. It just depends how we're doing, because obviously it's a fair distance and all the rest of it. But if funds are in the right place in terms of the other content that we've got on the go, we'd like to do one more before we lose the weather window. Oh, it's nice now. The rain has stopped, so I can cheerfully report. Trying to wipe some water off the camera that fell on it from JetBlue. So this would be JFK. So took the brolly down and managed to get a bit of water on the camera. Well done, Mark. WestJet have pushed, turned and trundled as they set out for Halifax, Nova Scotia. Ahead of them on track is EasyJet. Not quite sure where EasyJet are going. Let's find out. EasyJet to Gatwick. So that is the plane that will be in front of the WestJet. Thank you, Alexandra Wood, confirming we've got a flying pencil moment imminent. Oh, that's a New York, Newark in. Oh, let's have a think. Time. Second flight of the day. Oh, I'm confused. I'm not going to try and think too hard. So BizJet alert as well. Thank you, Alexandra. That's the citation XLS that Les was talking about earlier, in from Copenhagen. There's a few Danish flights in today, isn't there? What's happening? What's that all about? Ooh. Right, 757 from New York Newark has crossed the coast. This is in fact the delayed 8051. I must have confused the previous 757 arrival when the rain was on as being that plane, but it isn't. I think last time we were here it was quite late as well. Track is drying out already, isn't it? Still no sign of the SAS 330, but keep looking. Right, next to go, that one. I'll be honest, Rab, once the rain eases off, I don't mind a bit of rain. It does give you a bit of something different as a viewer. I don't like it when it gets to the point where it's kind of starts to get technically difficult in terms of protecting the kit, because you're always fearful of knackering something. But yeah, it's nice now. Nothing to report yet. JRS Aviation. I think the countdown is on, is it not? It is now 10 o'clock. Can I see anything transponding? Can't see it on my screen. Right, BizJet inbound, that's Cessna Citation XLX Plus. Is literally small minutes away, crossing the coast at the minute. Hey up Linda with a Y. How goes you? Hope all is good. Happy Sunday. Right, I was going to plug a bit of extra power in. I knew I was up to something. I've forgotten what it was. Sound familiar? That goes in there. Wiggle it just a little bit. If you're happy in your work, you'll want to sing. If you can't sing, you shouldn't sing, of course. Alright, I think that's... Oh, cripes. Telescope alert. Do, 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 do. The Foxy Bee is in the show. Good morning, Laura. Hope all is good. I hate to say it, but I think the rain's returning. Can't be right. The sky looks way less cloudy. No dallying, no daydreaming. WestJet are on the way out to Halifax. So if you're in the show but not yet in the chat, welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark, if you didn't know that already. Happy Sunday. Ooh, planes and trains. Still no home for United. Good morning, Ross McNeil. How goes you, Ross? It's lovely to be back here. It was nice to get to the Riat last weekend. Never done it before. Maybe never do it again, who knows? Although if I don't do it again, it won't be because I didn't like it. It was mind-blowing. Utterly mind-blowing. Those of you who've been will know, but if you've kind of ever thought about doing it, but not sure. I definitely recommend it. The flying displays are what they are, but I'll be honest with you, walking around the place, the standing exhibits were just something else. They really were. Oh, the sun is out. Whatever next? Good morning, Mark 176. Just in time, Mark, to see the rare sight of a SAS A330 departing. Not the kind of thing we get here normally. Medicus, hello to you. New subscriber, thank you so much for joining us, Medicus. I'm Mark anyway. Windowless office in the airport. Airport here? That's in Edinburgh. I've had one of those myself many years back, a windowless office. Charmless. Yeah, divert, Mark, divert, mate. Our understanding, it was a tech issue, a soluble one, as I think we kind of feared that we would not get to see it depart in today's show, but it looks like we're going to get lucky. Feel lucky, make my day. Few BizJets on the old parking lot. In fact, I'm going to have that drink of water I was talking about earlier, the one I couldn't reach with the umbrella being up. Umbrella down. Refreshing. So the countdown is definitely on for the SAS A330 departure. Also expected in the next 30 minutes is Virgin Atlantic's A350 departure, a positioning flight to Manchester. So there should be enough water still on the runway to give us a decent spray shot for departure. Fingers crossed on that. Right, where's this EasyJet going? Let's have a look. Nice, an A320-200 off to Nice. Right, so we do have the United 757 departure to New York, Newark. There you go. Don't worry, Alexandra Wood. I'm not that perceptive. Has to be said. As you can see, the Pentland Hills now are starting to show. Clouds lifting. It's still a bit crummy looking to the west, but brighter with it. So let's see how we do. I think we're going to have a bit more rain before the show finishes. Hopefully not in the final phase of the show. Taking down's a right nuisance in the wet. So a bit of RB211 concerto coming your way. Quite a stately departure, isn't it? Good morning, Paul. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's very much my pleasure. Sundays at Edinburgh are really what we're all about. Everything else kind of builds around that, really. It's just got it all going on. Bit of scenery, scenic background, summer season with all the transatlantics, and the unexpected. So the SAS 330 that diverted here was literally a bolt from the blue for us, but we'll be delighted to show its departure. Good morning, Jeff Crate. Welcome to you. Can't remember if we've introduced before, but I'm Mark anyway. So, pleasure to meet you. Something's growling overhead. No chance of tasking the camera to it. Thank you, it's Natalie Alice's comment. That's an A380. Yeah, I can hear it, Natalie. It's got a good growl to it. But nah, there's a couple of very small blue sky windows, but probably just about big enough for a Cessna Citation rather than an Airbus A380. But that does sound good. Thank you, Ash. So that's Alpha 6 Echo Victor Oscar that we could hear growling high above us. Let's have a look. Next inbound, thank you, Alexandra Wood. A Ryanair 737 from wonderful Copenhagen. Wonderful, wonderful Copenhagen. Oh, I'm in Sunday mode, aren't I? Still pretty sleep deprived from Friday night. I spent most of Saturday afternoon asleep on the settee. I'm ashamed or proud to confess it was the most delightful sleep, but then the kids next door, they've got a trampoline, were having too much fun, and they kind of brought me back to life. You're probably right, DR. If it's not rain, it'll be the sound of broken glass. I have generally avoided howling on shows in 2025, but I am a happy camper at heart, and every now and again, can't help it. Ooh, bit of streamer action there. Good morning, Philip Borin. How are you doing? Right, United are getting in the starting blocks. If you like your RB211s, you're in the right place. Could it be a planes and trains moment too? Come on, ScotRail, what are you going to do for us? Got one eye trained on the plane on screen, one eye trained over to the corner of the terminal looking for the SAS 330. Can't see it transponding. I'm very good, Philip. Very good, mate. Always happy down at the airport. It's like a cathartic release, just hanging out with you great people and watching the planes. Even the rain seems to have given us a bit of a break. Where are we going to go? Let's go there. Mark's random lucky dip. Next departure is in fact lining up at the minute. That will be a Lauda departure to Vienna. And no, I'm not going to get into Ultravox mode. Tempting as it is. Good morning, SMAC Aviation Photography. How are you doing? So we do know from our friend JRS Aviation that the SAS A330 has doors closed and steps removed, and that's where the trail is cold at the moment. But an understanding that it was due out around 10 o'clock. So let's hope that is so. Virgin Atlantic are going to be due out fairly soon as well, so we should see that transponding. The A350-1000 due out on its positioning flight to Manchester. What else do we need to know? We need to know that the Foxy Bee has been a member for 26 months. 26 months of plain sailing aviation. Looking forward to the next 26. Now I can put the fireworks back on now. The weather has enabled that. So let's do some fireworks. Fireworks are back on. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your support. Hammy, what could you possibly mean? Poor you. Unbelievable. Yeah, let's go with the Turkish. I've got a feeling that's due to move pretty darn soon, although what I think and what's true are often two different things. We do have also an EasyJet to Nice that seems to have found itself in no man's land over here. do have an aircraft on final approach, of course. So we have a Ryanair inbound from Prague, a 737. Did I say Prague? Berlin. Why did I say Prague? I don't know. Inbound from Berlin, a MAX 8. Oh, nice one, Paul. We were talking about this earlier on, the KLM A321 that we're getting in today's show. Usually, typically, certainly on a Sunday, it's an afternoon visitor, but today we're getting it in the morning. So it's a bit of a curiosity really from KLM. 3 different types in this morning's show, a 737-800, the A321neo, and if memory serves, by the time we go off air, we also got an Embraer 195-E2. So, well played, KLM. Uh-oh. So, it could be the worst case scenario then, could it not? Then JRS Aviation. Maybe we're not going to get lucky. Let's hope the passengers get lucky. Good morning, Thomas Ward. Welcome to the show, Thomas. Well, I have to say, giving you the quick outlook on the weather, let's just put the camera on it. So everybody that's watching to the west will know a little bit of that. So we could be back in rain mode, I think, within the next 20 minutes. If I'm reading it correctly. Let's see what the Met Office are currently telling me. Rain probability still fairly escalated up to around 11 o'clock. 50% chance of light rain. Wind west-southwesterly at 16 mile an hour, gusting to 29. I think that's the thing that's going to be the change in the latter part of the show. The wind is going to be picking up that little bit more. It's been a feature, but not onerous. It's going to get a little bit more onerous. Dorota, hello to you. Welcome to the show. Megabus 69, hello to you. Yeah, I'd seen that story about the Global A380 being back in storage. I'm constantly intrigued with what's going to be happening there. I understand it has a heavy maintenance check to do, but it kind of seems weird that they just didn't do it before they launched. Still, we'll see. Ball is in Global's court. I can't think there's many of us that don't own airlines that won't be wishing them well. It just doesn't feel very convincing. So, Dorota R, I've said hi to. It is interesting, just tying into Alibi's point, the A380, bigger as it is a way more expensive aircraft to operate than the A350. And they've got two 380s, haven't they? They've got another one that they bought that apparently has some hail damage or something similar. So I think they actually own two, but only one of them was actually airworthy. The other one had got some issues with it, which, well, I don't think they're not in a position to fly it anyway, but it wasn't as airworthy as they thought. I still think, and we've talked about this before, that when they launched, only selling return tickets to New York, to me, was self-sabotage, really, because, well, proof of the pudding, they didn't sell the plane out. If they'd sold it as a return or single, I reckon they'd have sold it out. Ooh, interesting DR. So we might have a planes and trains opportunity as we watch this Ryanair get ready to line up. Plane in question, off to Belfast. There you are. There's the sweet spot for planes and trains. KLM A321, 8 miles out, says Alexandra Wood. Nice one. I must admit, if Global do get the 380 back into service, I'm hoping that Glasgow again features. That would be awesome. Definitely one of the special moments of the summer for me. There's so many to recollect. It's almost crackers. Friday night being a case in point, but when we filmed the departure of the Global A380, that felt a very special day. Good morning, Stephen Marchant. Happy Sunday to you, my good friend. So we do have an aircraft on final approach, and as expected, that is the KLM A321. So let's go and have a look at that. Of course, the livery, if I remember correctly, is slightly different, is it not, on the A321? It's a slight variation on the Smiley Dolphin. Can't quite remember how it's different, but I do know it is different. And there's the answer. I knew I hadn't imagined it, I just couldn't visualise it. If only they'd shuffle up a little bit. Ryanair and WestJet swap places. That would be another great forecourt shot, wouldn't it? Jam-packed with Transatlantics. EasyJet next to go. That will be the departure to Nice. Alexandra Wood, member for 27 months. Delighted to be part of this friendly community. All the better for you being in it, Alexandra. Thank you so much. Here's your fireworks. Eek. We're moving. Good morning, Patrick Burley, Aviation. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you, Paul, for flagging. We have an Air France A220, not that far out. One of two in today's show, Air Baltic being the other one. We'll get to see that pretty much at show close. Good morning, Cabo Taxi. Are you back in the UK or are you permanent residents in the Maldives? How you doing anyway? RBU Mark 176. That is one smart looking aircraft. I'm not sure how many they've got in service now. They bought 4 originally. Or the first tranche being 4. Sound enough, does it, really, for the longer term fleet renewal needs, but I'm sure there was an initial 4. So watching the horizon for the Virgin Atlantic A350. Should be showing itself around now, unless I've lost the plot. Entirely possible. Cabo's back with us for a few months. That's awfully good of you. I'm starting to think you're going off on these trips for tax reasons or something. So, all things being equal, because it won't have been cheap to go. Maldives, what do you reckon? Scoring it out of 10? What are you going to tell me? Good morning, ladies. How you doing?
Fine. You?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. No, it's not raining.
I know, so it's not been nice. You've been here since early.
Yeah, just in time for the rain to start.
Oh God.
There's an act to that, you know, there really is. So thank you, Paul. The 350 estimated at 10:43. So what's that? Not many minutes, 9 minutes or thereabouts. Nice one. Action seems to have just tailed off a little bit. So I've got some show and tells as well. Let's see if I've still got them. Air show stuff, really, as in air show stuff, not Riat. I'm confusing myself a little bit. Oh, we've got something moving there. What's that? Oh no, I know what that is. It is. That'll be an Embraer 190 that will be going to London City Airport at around midday. 303 likes up. You guys are pure rock and roll company. You really are. Fireworks are back on, so here we go. Absolutely blinding support. So yeah, I've got some photographs which Scottish Linda took during Friday's show of some of the action. I thought, oh, Turkish are pushing back as well. Everything's just starting to gear up again. We'll stay with the towed plane at the minute. Ooh, I'm liking that, Les Donaldson. The Citation possibly bringing a fresh crew in. Let's see. Good morning, Steve Atherton. Hello to you and to Janice as well. So you're both in Gateshead. What's it doing down there? Is it wet, sunny, tropical? Probably not tropical, I would have thought, but anyway, top of the morning to you. Right, let's have a look at the Turkish Airlines A320 Neo. Kind of reminds me that I didn't actually get the A321 Neo installed in the emoji deck. That's remiss of me. We've got a Learjet 45 in later. Nice one, Paul. It does seem to be really good on BizJets today. It's just inexplicable. Just going to do a bit of tiffulating with the tripod in a second. Just bear with me. Once I've worked out what I need to do. So Steve has dull and slightly rainy. Kind of the story of today. Although it is more brighter than it was. That sounds grammatically excellent, doesn't it? It is more brighter than it was. Good morning, H. Dot. That's a bit of tantalising news, is it not? DC8 over Moffat. If only it had come here. Thank you, Alexandra, confirming that we've got a WestJet transponding its heart out. Ooh, that's going to Halifax, is it? I would have thought it was Toronto at this time of day. Oh, big plane is transponding on my screen. It's the Virgin Atlantic 350. So heavy action is back on. Turkish are making a bolt for it now. They've obviously heard the news and want to get out first. Tell you what, folks, it sounds a bit nesh, but I've gone cold. Probably the after effects of the shower, isn't it? But it definitely does not feel July-ish. I mean, the rain's a feature of July, isn't it, in the UK? Ooh. Cabo says Air Force One tracking south over Hoyk, going east. Gonna get my flight radar on the case, I'm intrigued. Mind you, it wasn't showing on flight radar 24 on Friday, so I'm guessing that's the same as it today. Is that ADSB? Yeah, I've got to be honest, Rab, as much as I'm griping about it being a bit nippier here, cooler temperatures definitely make it easier to sleep. Right, I can just see a bit of the Virgin 350 as it is turning. I can see the rudder checks currently going at the minute. Oh, Bennett, was that a telescope from me? It was, wasn't it? I think that's a telescope, isn't it? I don't even want to look at the chart to take my punishment. Deary me. All confused. I never saw that coming. Oh dear. Yep, Amy, you're right, mate. I'm not contesting that. I think I'm a bit demob happy after Friday's adventures. I'm capable of missing stuff on any given day, but just didn't see that at all. Right, what I can see inbound is Air France and their A220 just crossing the coast. Just about visible. We'll put that on the screen next. Thank you, DB Bassman. Rob H, as Donaldson, Dopey Gorp, Natalie Alice, Alexandra Wood. Okay, I'm going to take a smacking. I deserve it. Dear me. And the Virgin Atlantic 350, that is Soul Rebel, will be the next plane you see after this one. You may even get a bit of it in the back of the shot. Can't believe I missed that. And you know I love my biz jets. 100 for the year, says Rob. It feels like it could be 100. I've stopped counting. I was doing so well compared to last year, and then it got away from me a few weeks ago. And it's the smaller ones that are catching me out, which is obvious, isn't it? Harder to miss big stuff. Not impossible. Thank you. Awarded. Okay. Fate accepted, Alibi. Oh, nowhere. Right, can't hang around because Soul Rebel is here. Still nothing showing for us with the SAS 330, unfortunately. Good morning, Nick Gray. 757 downwind, that will be the inbound from Washington. Thank you so much, Nick. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hey up, Stephen Edward. Turkish Airlines next to go. Track is clear, they should be on their way. So what's next in on the conveyor belt of talent? Ryanair from Funchal. Good morning, Alan Lee. How goes it? Andrew McInnes, good morning to you. And Glickers in Christchurch, New Zealand. Hope you're all doing well. Ah, Natalie Alice has had a sight of the sun. Fingers crossed I can share a bit of that. So the A350 batting at 2. EasyJet first. Bit of bird scaring in the background just to complete the atmospherics. Planes and trains too. Right, Soul Rebel is ready to give it some welly. It's a positioning flight, so it's going to be going up nice and light. How soon's it going to go? Next inbound is the 757 Nick Gray was talking about. That is small minutes away. I think that's the next arrival actually. Inbound from Washington. Exactly, Polar Bear. Go V-Bob. Here we go. Exactly, Dev08. Here we go. Scottish Linda's in the house. Good morning to you, Scottish Linda. Not the same without you. After the mayhem of Friday. Bye V-Bob. Iberia Express are now on the move. Yeah, Scottish Linda, it was madness in a good way, wasn't it? In a crackers, bonkers, unrepeatable way. That makes for the best of occasions, really. Plane of the day says Alexandra Wood for V-Bob. Les is there too. I have to be honest, Mark's there. I'm in on that too. Unless the SAS 330 gets to go in this show, then all bets are off. Yeah, Nick, it's a positioning flight, mate. It's came in from Orlando and back to Manchester, presumably back to Orlando, but I don't know that for certainty. But on summer season, that has been the outward leg has been a positioning flight. Oops. Telescope number 3 nearly here. God, that would have been a shocker, wouldn't it? A 757 one at that. Iberia Express next to go. Oh, I'm loving all that Viva España. DV Bassman, Hammy, the Foxy V, Rab H, Dopey Gorp, and Alexandra Wood. Screen lit up yellow with a splash of red. Catch you in a bit, Casey. Catch you in a bit, buddy. Ooh, what's Alexandra flagged for us? Bombardier Challenger 605 now pinging from the toy box. Oh, I can see it moving. I like the 605 as well. Yep, I've got eyes on it. It's way off in the distance, but so good morning to anyone that's recently joined the show since I last said good morning. Welcome to Edinburgh on Sunday. If this is a new one for you, I'm Mark at Plain Sailing Aviation. Thanks for giving us a go. If you knew all that already, thanks for coming back despite all of that. Hope you're having a great day. Plenty of life in today's show. Still quite a bit of transatlantic stuff to go between now and close, which will be somewhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock UK time. We'll flex it according to what's happening, as we always do. We still have a Scandinavian Airlines A330 here, one that went tech en route between New York, Newark and Copenhagen. We thought it was going around 10 o'clock, seems not, but we're kind of hopeful we get it before it goes, well, before the end of the show. Let's see. Good morning, Bjorn Hansen. Welcome back to the show, Bjorn. So our Challenger is now in gettable range, so let's have a look. Where are you? There you are. Let's get a bit closer. Will it be going short, or does it want all the track? I'm thinking that Air Canada can't be far off taking their Max 8 out to Montreal. Feels like it's about that time of day. American Airlines due out at 11:35. In fact, generally 11:35 and between there and noon tends to be a bit of a transatlantic free for all, because we have a couple of JetBlue flights out as well, Boston and JFK. Trying to think who else goes out around then. Sure, there is a second New York Newark 757 departure. So plenty to have a look at, plenty to anticipate. Thank you, Paul. 11:30 departure for Air Canada. So that's actually right in the transatlantic rush hour I was talking about. I thought they went out a little bit earlier for some reason. So this should be a fairly genteel turn and burn. No need to dab the brakes. Ah, that is spot on intel, Ian Finley. Spot on. Generator failure and no APU. Doesn't sound that's going to come our way, does it? Don't know where you got that from, but I'm immensely impressed. Acoustically, those Challengers I always think sound a bit two-tone-ish, sound very whiny, sing-songy, sewing machiney as they approach you, and then as they pass you, you pick up the sound as the plane's leaving you, and it sounds a bit more growly. I don't know if that's how you caught it on audio, but that's how it felt here. Ah, Scottish Linda, you can't be having Hamish having no breakfast. Get your son down to the shop, get some kitty cats or whatever the preferred chow of the day is. Kitty cat. Do they still make kitty cat? Ryanair inbound from Biarritz as you ponder that thought. Oh man, Lowlander, Samaritan's Purse took off from Prestwick. Eee, tasty. Tasty, tasty. That will be the, it's DC8, is it not? Is that, that'll be what H. was referring to. She was saying about it being around Moffat. Pennies just dropped. I think Prestwick is the epicentre of everything interesting in aviation at the minute. Mind you saying that, I don't think I could have faced another drive up to Prestwick so close to Friday. Boy, was I cream crackered when I got in on Saturday morning. Partly lack of sleep, not sleep, lack of sleep, but just, I don't know, excitement, catch up. So Ian Finley updating us, additional 320 in at 13:30 from Copenhagen. Keep us posted, any intel around this. If it looks like the 3:30 is going to go out, but outside of show finish time, I can start dialing down different things on my settings if it was worth extending for the extra hour, if we think there's some decent intel that makes that likely. If we don't have anything, we'll finish the show as we normally would, and then if it shows while I'm taking the kit down, I'll film it as a clip for members. I think that's the way we'll do it. So we're talking cat food. Giant coin stack says, remember the crazy Meow Mix advert? No, I don't know if I do, but I bet you I would if I could hear it. It's not the meow 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 one, is it? Or is that something else? WestJet new estimated time of departure. Toronto, 11:45. Still sell kitty cats. Thanks, Bjorn. Clearly a market leader. There used to be what's the other one they used to do? I can't believe we're having this conversation. Whiskers. Whiskers Super Meat. Didn't they say 8 out of 10 cats owners or something prefer Whiskers? Not sure if that's because the cat's owners like the smell of it, or maybe it was cats. More likely it'd be cats, wouldn't it? 8 out of 10 cats prefer Whiskers. The other two didn't fancy it. They probably fancy Meow Mix or Kitty Cat. Let's have a look. Scottish Linda's got things under control. Hamish is tucking into the tuna now. All good. I bet you that cat gets spoiled rotten. All right, 757 is at the Samaritan's Purse, Lowlander. I got this idea it was a DC. Anyway, by the by, would have been nice to have seen it. Off to Larnaca. Tasty. Well, somebody's just done something amazing. I've just seen it. Leslie Kerrison, good morning to you first and foremost. And what a friend you are to us, an immense friend. 20 gifted memberships. Awesome stuff. Let's get the fireworks on for you. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. I might be able to do the name check on 20 without a risk of a telescope. Thank you. I thought, Hammy, it was a DC-8, and joining the dots up with H dot, there's a lot of dots in that sentence. I thought, yeah, it must be the same plane. Because they're retiring it, aren't they? Is that, oh, so I understand. Because I'm thinking, oh, blow, that's one I'll never get to see in person. Mary Brock, God bless you. Good night. Sleep well. To be fair, I'm an early to bed kind of chap as a norm. Good morning, Greg Chapman. How you doing, Greg? Also, hi to Leo Sheldon. Hello to you. When did it divert? I don't know when it started its diversion, Leo, but it landed here somewhere between 7 o'clock and 7:15 this morning. I was sat in the car finishing my coffee off and watched it zoom by the crash gates, which kind of perked me up because SAS don't send a heavy here. So I thought, oh, cripes, something interesting's happening. So let's see who got the gifteds from Leslie Kerrison. Zims. Can't read that. That's Slack. Zim Slack, yep. Lewis Smiles. Mary Brock. Mary, I hope you've not gone to bed before you've seen this amazingly great news. You made the cut with Leslie Kerrison. Fantastic stuff. Barry Price. Felix. Do they still make that? Oh, is that not posh cat food? Felix. The ones that are in the sachets. The sachets? You know, like the pluggy bags where they cut the top off. It always looks very cat gourmet kind of stuff. Anyway, where did we get to? Barry Price, Mad Matt UK 123, Sharon JL, Michael Walker, James Anderson, Gary Brown, David Bone, Lance H, Alan Lewis, Maria Spinelli. We've seen Maria earlier on in today's show. So welcome to all of you. Any more welcomes to be done? Yep. BDR 75, East Lothian Productions, and Shmuel, Ewan Campbell, Adam Kennedy, Alan T, who's also been in today's show, JCRD, welcome to you all. Oh, Mary's still in the show. You'll go to sleep enjoying that fantastic bit of news, hopefully. Mary, that is fantastic from my perspective. Ooh, what we got here? Oh, get the focus in. I can't get it. There we are. We've got Scotland's finest. Yep. An ERJ 145. I'll wager inbound from Southampton, but we can check that out in a minute. I was saying the wind was expected to whip up. It's like we've got a Delta departure shaping up off to Boston, a 767 due out at 11:20. It's transponding, so that kind of looks good in terms of on-time departure. Next inbound is going to be an Aer Lingus A321 Neo on its way to us from Dublin. Plane on shot, just to complete the catch-up, is also Dublin. Although obviously in this case it's a departure. Thank you, Alexandra, for confirming that ERJ was in fact a Southampton flight. Bit of a percentage bet here, to be fair. Blimey, Hammy, it's Samaritan's Purse mayhem. Well, not mayhem, but you know what I mean. Don't pick up. You've not tasted Felix cat food? You've never been hungry enough. Never fancied it after a few beers? I have to laugh. You know, with all this gourmet pet food, the way that they lavish on the adverts, you'd think it was delicious from a human perspective. To be fair, from a dog food perspective, I used to think it can't be that delicious because my dog always seemed to want my dinner. Thank you, Alibi, for popping the Facebook group in. So newly minted members or existing members who didn't know this, we do have a members Facebook group, the PSA Crew Lounge. Just pop your friend request onto the link that Alibi has got in the chat, and I'll pick it up in, well, probably this evening. Assuming that's the Delta that is about to push. The working assumption anyway. Yeah, it is. Air Canada are also pushing. Crikey, everyone's doing stuff. Slow down. There you go. I do like this. I've said before, Air Canada livery on a Max 8 is class of the field as far as Maxes go. Mary, I cannot wait. I'm super excited. I can't believe it. too kind. You really are. Right, I should have looked to see where this was coming from, but I found myself in a daydream moment. As you can see, the track has run pretty dry now, not really any spray to play with. You're right, DR. It's amazing, isn't it? 8 out of 10 dentists recommend, bam, whatever. Catch you later, Laura. Catch you later. Good morning, PD Aviation. Thank you so much for your kind work. That is really genuinely appreciated. Thank you so much. I certainly love being here with you all. Right, where's the Air Canada Max gone? Has it moved? Not a sight. Hey up, it's Linda Cooper back in the show. SAS still sitting at gate 25 area, no sign of it moving soon. Linda, if you pick up any vibrations, let me know. I was saying to the chat, I'll start to think power management if it turned out it was going to go out a little bit later than our planned close time. Right, Ryanair about to line up. Let us know, Linda, next time you're at the window. I think I might be able to get on you now. I'm brolly free now, so things are a little bit easier to manipulate at this end. Sharon JL, gifted shortly, a short while ago by Leslie Kerrison, now hits 5 months membership milestone. Hello to you in Adelaide, Australia. We'll mark the moment with fireworks in a minute. Right, let's celebrate with Sharon JL. Quick peel of fireworks. Hooky cookie. Good morning, David O'Neill. 2 positioning SAS flights this afternoon, a Neo and a CRJ9. Yeah, it sounds pretty terminal in terms of immediate fixability, which kind of points to the 330 going out later today, possibly tomorrow, I suspect. But let's keep an open mind on that. Obviously those planes are coming in, they clearly don't think they're going to get on the 330. I'm gutted, I was super excited, but of course it could be worse. You could be one of those passengers. They'd have been in Copenhagen hours ago, but for the issue that befell them. I've generally got a sunny disposition, DR. You kind of have to when you do this live streaming caper anyway. Less wise as much as you can. I must be honest though, I'm not in a rush to see the back of summer. Yes, we get some exciting storm shows from time to time, but it's quite nice not to be wearing a coat when you're streaming. So I'm coated up obviously today for obvious reasons. Let's just zoom in a bit on the American. We do have somebody on longish finals at the minute, so action continuity is good. EasyJet from Paris Charles de Gaulle inbound. Let's go back to our Delta that has pushed and turned. This is the one that is heading in Nick Gray's direction. Air Canada are a fair way down the taxiway. Yep, plane on shot is Boston. Good morning, Mark Brightspark. How you doing, pal? I'm confused, Linda. Have you got two cats then? I thought you had another one, Hamish, the black one. Or have I imagined that? So Mary Brock hits the 5-month membership milestone now and says, hope you love the present we are sending you. Told you, Mary, I'm super excited. You shouldn't have, but now you have. Cannot wait. Time for fireworks? Of course there is. So Smoky Joe 2, we've already seen the Atlanta departure, but before we see that go, EasyJet from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Good morning, Sue Corder. Hello to you. You're never late. You know the rule of plain sailing aviation? When you're here, you're here. Lovely to see you, Sue. Okay, transatlantic action is on. Montreal departure first with Air Canada. Catch you later, Giant Coin Stacks. Thanks for being part of it, mate. Good morning, Barry Price. Leslie Kerrison is your benefactor, Barry. Tell you what, I bet you, Ian Finley, I bet you Linda Cooper gets that picture if it's there to be had. 4 SAS will be awesome. 3:30 departure will be none too shabby. Good morning, Richard Lynn. See, we've got a firework moment for Barry Price. 1 month milestone now hit. We'll do the fireworks in a second to celebrate that. Okay, 767 action pending. In the meantime, quick burst of fireworks for Barry Price. And Sue Corder, God bless you. You shouldn't have been apologising for being late when you weren't, but I tell you what, I am so appreciative of 5 gifted memberships. Big smile. We've been talking about cats and cat food. I'm a bit Cheshire Cattish at the minute. Of all the things I didn't bring today, which I intended, I didn't bring my second camera because I was going to do behind the scenes, but we'll do your fireworks in a minute, Sue. Amazing. So, Malta Air inbound from Busiest. I do like this livery, as I say every time I see it. I'm just looking at where those gifted memberships have landed as well. They look like they've landed well. Andy P has got one and he's in the show today. What time is it? 11:29. We should see a bit of life from that American Airlines Dreamliner. In the meantime, there's that to content ourselves with. So where were we? Sue Corder's fireworks, I think. Amazing support. So Andy P got one, Steve S, Scottish content creators, Kevin and Lisa and William P. Welcome aboard, one and all, or back on board in some cases. Good morning to Kerry Ann Lammy. Hello to you. Good shape here, Kerry Ann. I hope you are too. Oop, Smoky Joe's on its way. Coming your way, Nick. Right, we'd say this is the Transatlantic rush hour, or rush half hour. WestJet have pushed. Let's just draw the shot out a little bit. Malta Air are going to photobomb this. We do have an aircraft on final approach. Let's see what we have. Sun Express from Antalya, 737. Sadly not a special livery. You're definitely right about that, Hammy. The joy of grandparenting. You're going to appreciate that, Ian Finley, as well. That's one of the things I forgot to mention earlier in the show. Oop, crikey, telescope alert. Yeah, I love them to bits, but you get all the good stuff. Hey up, Maria Spinelli. I'm glad you're delighted with your gifted membership. Excellent. Ooh, Les says we've got a citation from Glasgow in 5 minutes. Blimey, that hardly seems worth firing up the engines. Philip Borin, Béziers is France, I think. Good morning, Chipaz 1990. Sam, you missed Air Canada in minty blue. What can I say? So let's have a look, see what's next in. EasyJet from Bordeaux, operated by EasyJet Europe. Plane departed about 2 hours ago. Austrian registered, as EasyJet Europe seem to be whenever I'm spotting them on the screen. Oscar Echo, India Juliet X-ray. 8 years of age and a few months. 8 and a bit. WestJet now pointing the right way. Yeah, Chipaz, I couldn't protect you from the other livery that Air Canada operate that you don't like. Did make me smile though. I thought, where's Sam? There's minty blues in the show. What's going on? Thank you, Alexandra, confirming that our first London City departure of the show is transponding. In fact, doing better than transponding, it's blinking moving, is it not? It is. By jingo. In the meantime, we've got the Bordeaux arrival to get the camera on. Oh, my favourite handle in YouTube is in the show. Bingo, bango, bongo. Love it. Welcome back, Bingo, bango, bongo. Hope life's treating you well. Good morning, Gary at Aviation Action Scotland. Loving your style, Bingo, bango, bongo. Coffee, toast and PSA. Oh, crikey, that London City bound Embraer is, well, about ready to go. You're exactly right, Hammy. London City closes at midday Saturday, reopens midday Sunday. Although I think there's some moves afoot to dilute that a little bit as part of the ability to expand capacity there, but I've only got a slightly hazy perception on that. So American Airlines must surely be moving soon. Let's have a look, see if they're transponding. Looks like a lot of things bleeping away, but I don't see that one bleeping. Interesting. So our Luminex citation from Glasgow, 6 minutes out, says Alexandra. I'll tell you what, that was a timely nudge because I can see it now, and it's one of those ones that hasn't got a huge amount of profile in the sky. Let's see how much of it we can get. Fat zero at the minute. I'm just going to lay and wait. Yeah, Barry Price, it's a phenomena we've talked about a bit during the summer season, both WestJet and Air Canada using Maxes on the Transatlantic. I think Nick Ray might have made a similar comment about the limited appeal of that. They're competitive-ish prices, but you're talking about 6 hours on a 737, or at least 6 hours, as far as I understand it. And that's proper backside ache territory. Right, so let's welcome in the shortest flight of the day, inbound from Glasgow. Okay, WestJet next to go. Good morning, John Ashley. Top of the morning to you, Squire. Hope all is good. Scottish Linda, have you told Hammy that if you give him the flight on the charter jet, the BizJet, I'm also going to be in it too? I know you hadn't promised me that, but I think it would delight Hammy. Trust me, if I win the lottery, we'll definitely get a PSA trip somewhere out of it. Oh, American have pushed, I can't believe it. Every time I look at American, they ain't moved. Now they've pushed. Okay, so there she is. Could have been my plane of the day. I've gone with Virgin Atlantic today. V-Bob has done the bizzo for me. Good morning. Good. get my words out. All tongue-tied. Went shy for a moment. Good morning, William Wilson. Hello to you. So glad you enjoyed Friday's show. I've still not entirely come down from that. Probably unrepeatable in terms of intensity of experience and all that. Just crackers. Right, about to take off, Ryanair to Funchal. We'll go to that one in a minute. Yeah, Keith Cornell. I'd heard about that, and I'm not surprised either. So mercifully, Chris at SDTV has emerged shaken but unharmed as far as I can tell. But I've only streamed there the once, and on the waterfront there's some big offices and whatever folks about, but the short distance from the hotel I was staying at to the spot, I went to scope it the preceding evening. I thought, it did feel quite lonely, if I'm honest. I think that is also the more precarious hand to be played by streamers that do evening shows, especially if you're a streamer that works on your own. Hey ho. Good morning to David Sinclair. So that citation that we saw land, where's it gone? Is it already gone out of view? It has, hasn't it? It wasn't hanging around. That one was at Northolt a couple of hops ago. Might be carrying VIPs. Well, the high rollers do like these kind of places, don't they? And definitely like the BizJets. It always fascinates me, to be honest. Good morning, Nicholas Quist. Hello to you. Sounds like the SAS is sending an armada. If only they could just fix the blinking plane and get it up in the sky while we're still on air. I'd definitely sign off on that one. Hey, I'm loving that, Scottish Linda. A jamboree to Tenerife on an A350. That will be living. Talking about winning lotteries and some such, I ain't done the lottery for a few weeks now. So it would be entirely moot on my part to talk about what I do with my winnings. Yeah, in Finley, I've seen some of the operators do advertise their empty legs, and they kind of, you think, ooh, it's half tempting, even if it was, I don't know, Edinburgh to Bristol or something and get the train back or whatever. It's never far from my thoughts whether to do something crackers like that, just for the once of doing it. Sue Corder, if you do not want to go to Tenerife, don't let them take you there. Looks like we've got a bit of a race on track there. Runway inspection. Just looking at Thomas Ward's comment. Hello from James. Is that James that's with you, Thomas? In which case, hi, James. Yeah, Hammy, I think parts is going to be it, in it, for the 330, sadly. Unless some bits have come in on that BizJet that came in earlier. Ooh, Jonathan McD. I love Max's Falcon. There's a YouTuber that films the drivers flying into, I think there's one up for Spa at the minute, but see him coming and going from the Grand Prix. That's one of my guilty pleasures, watching that. Love it. Ooh, I forgot about the likes count. 40 more likes for 400. Dear friends in the show, if you've yet to exercise your like mandate, it'd be fantastic if we could get above 400. Well, as soon as we can, it'd be great. I wonder where we were. It's the kindest thing you can do, really, in terms of being a free gesture. And YouTube treat you with a bit more respect if you do better with likes, so it's kind of win-win. Ross McNeil, it's the Hammy and Les put me onto that. I'm kind of wallpaper, aren't I, in the BBC clip. My mother is chuffed to bits with that still. Chuffed to bits. To be honest, I am as well. I think I'm going to get that one printed off. At least I've been on the news for something good. Crikey, we ain't got much of that. KLM are due to go out next with their A321. That's kind of snuck out unobserved. Next departure is definitely that. So let's go that end. I was waiting for the Dreamliner to clear the trees and then forgot what I were doing. There you go. Bye-zy bye. Anyway, enough of that. No good having a good idea too late. Sun is out. Hey up, Phil at SCO. How goes it? Yeah, that would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? The PSA lottery. You could argue every show is a lottery because you don't really know what's going to happen. You're kind of expecting some planes, but what the host is going to get up to, well, that's up for grabs. Especially when he's unsupervised. Jonathan McD, I look forward to seeing what you've dropped onto Facebook when I get home. I enjoy that with my tea. Nice one. You're right, Les. You'd think Virgin would cotton on to the fact that aviation enthusiasts may well want to get that 350 and get back from Manchester on the train. Yeah, that's a good shout, that. Anyone with authority at Virgin Atlantic, stop flying empty planes around and treat us Avi fans to an experience. I shall be coming back from Zurich on a 350, hopefully in August. And I cannot wait. No exaggeration to say I am counting down on that. Of course, we are going to be streaming from Zurich and Geneva for that matter. But Leslie's point still stands tall. That would be great. "400 is up," says Mark 176. So let's do some fireworks. Thank you everybody that hit the like button. Much love to you all. Well, I would if the fireworks would actually activate. That's marking the occasion with a quick peal of fireworks. Wowzers. Thank you, Rab, for confirming also on that. Jonathan McD. Honestly, team, fantastic support. Ah, never mind, Nicholas Quist. I had such high hopes that we might get to see the 330, which is why I altered the thumbnail tagline at the start of the show. It was a calculated gamble. Didn't quite come off by the look of it, but it does seem like the SAS Armada is going to be descending on Edinburgh to collect all their passengers. If you are one of those passengers watching on your phone in the terminal, do say hi in the chat. 410 likes, says Natalie Alice. What time is it? We are just about approaching the final hour of the show. We might have a sniff at 500 likes, see if I can entertain you enough. Good morning, Duncan Gould. How are you doing? Thumbs up from Mark. So, plane on shot. Taxiing for departure, says Alexandra Wood, to London City. Plane that you are looking at, which is an Embraer 190 standard, 10 years of age. It's just begging for a planes and trains moment. Are we going to get one? Let's see. Yeah, Mark 176. I was at the Riat last weekend, and the Sunday they initially allocated the 340 to Edinburgh. And if there's any chance that plane actually touched the tarmac where the camera's pointing at the minute, that'd be telescope. Is that 3 today? Hat trick. I can't believe that. I better believe it. Told you, I'm still leggy. That was pathetic. And then they reallocated it, they cancelled it. It went tech on the Sunday anyway, and then it was through here on the Monday. I would have streamed it if I'd been in a position to do so. Is that right, Deb? I thought LNER was the way to go. Oh dear. Good morning, Keir Lawson. I'll let the chat answer that one because I don't know. If we're talking SAS, we think it's looking later and later and later because they are sending alternative aircraft. If it was as simple as they could have got away a bit sooner, no doubt they wouldn't have done that. But who knows? I think it's just going to be outside of our remit. I think that's the bit we can say with authority. Oh, who got the first telescope in? Alexandra. A big fan of BizJets like I am. You just don't know how broken-hearted I am by missing that. Couldn't see it. Well, until it flashed past me. HTC, thank you so much for your kind understanding. What a shocker. Okay, let's go. Don't you just love the climb on those Embraers? No chance of it being obscured by the trees. So, Stephen Edward, to be fair, I think Edinburgh Airport, what did they post last year? 15 million or 15.5 million passengers carried, and I'm pretty sure that the way it's going, they will beat that for 2025. I think the way it's playing out, they should do. And I think, and I don't know if you've used the airport recently, but I think from an infrastructure point of view, it's a bit creaky airside. It definitely looks like it needs a bit of investment. So I don't think they need to be a lot busier than they are before the passenger experience starts to be disproportionately impacted. When I flew back from Brussels on a very quiet Saturday evening, hardly anything in here, I was waiting an hour for my suitcase. Whether that's because there were shorter staff or... or whether the baggage carousel was broken down, I don't know. What I do know is an hour waiting for a suitcase when there's hardly any inbound flights is ridiculous. Oh, Rab's got the telescopes on me as well. I have to say, yep, 3 today. Not my finest hour, is it really? As you say, Hammy. In fact, I can hear Tony Rivers in my head now. One job, just the one job. The last one was the most fiendishly difficult, I reckon. I'd looked that way 2 or 3 times and hadn't seen it. Perhaps I should get myself to Specsavers. Okay, Patrick Burley, have a great rest of day and for that matter, great rest of week. Okay, where am I looking? Where am I looking? Go with EasyJet for the minute. It's orange, it should be easier to see. Out of hours now for the SAS plane. That was the other thing, wasn't it, really? On a long haul flight as they were, they would have been struggling, wouldn't they? They're going tomorrow, aren't they? Feet up at the Crown Plaza. Good morning, John Duff. Welcome to the show, John. So for those who are eternally curious, that EasyJet was an inbound from Prague. And as EasyJet are expert practitioners of the easy in, easy out, we also have an EasyJet departure at the other end off to London Luton, an A319-100. I have to say, having flown on EasyJet for the first time last weekend, down to Bristol for the Riat and back again, they were pretty good, to be honest. So there you go. I'm quite positive about EasyJet I've only used them twice, and it was only a 45-minute flight or something in that region, but so the wind is supposed to be appreciating in strength. Let's just see what the sock is doing. Yeah. I think you're right, Rab. Tony Rivers would be having a field day today. Mark got a hat trick. Oh, dearie me. Telescope hat trick. Not his finest hour. Right. If I'd missed this, that would have been worse. Inbound from Washington, I assume. Scottish Linda, how you fixed? Got Linda Cooper, the other side of the, well, she's airside, out of reach. You're at home. I know, you're right. It's definitely a team sport, this live stream caper. So next to go is A bit of the old ooh la la. Air France with an A220-300 on its way back to Charles de Gaulle Airport. Jai Ganesh, hello to you. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark. No time to lavish gaze on that 757. We have another aircraft about to land. A lufty, I wager. Inbound from Frankfurt, A321. Good morning, RCC. How's tricks, Rob? Hope you're keeping well, mate. So I was talking EasyJet up. Mark 176 says they're solid. I'll be honest with you, I'm using them again when I go to Geneva. So the out leg is Edinburgh to Geneva. The return leg will be that Edelweiss A350 I was talking about, which will be from Zurich. Well, it's expected to be a 350, but of course, in all things in aviation, they could end up tasking a 320, in which case I'll cry for the entire 2 hours on the way back, inconsolably. Sue Corder uses EasyJet every time she goes to Crete. They're good. Well, do you know what? Speak as find. And I'll be honest, a bit like when I've used Ryanair. That was fine too. Decent price. I mean, if I had gone to Bristol by train, cover your ears up, Deb08, it would have definitely been more expensive to have gone by train for the times I wanted to travel. And 45 minutes was pretty nippy. I think the only beef I had on that trip was, and I think I'll put this in the Facebook group, the Starbucks at Newcastle has taken the mantle from Starbucks at Edinburgh as the slowest Starbucks airport concession I've ever encountered. It's almost a relief that I'm not still there now queuing. Seriously, it was the slowest queue for no good reason. It wasn't like there was a lot of complex orders in front. Not their finest day. Do you know what? Is that right, Ian Finley? I'll have to dig into that when I get off air. Fascinating. That will be an interesting thing. You are a gold mine of information. When are you next coming back on the show? Show regulars may well recollect that we had Ian with us much earlier in the current season. I think we need to get you back by popular demand. think you're right, Chipaz. There is definitely space in our hearts at Newcastle for an A220 service. So folks, we are well and truly into the final hour of the show. It doesn't look like the SAS are going to require any overtime unless the Qatar Dreamliner is making up a lot of time. I think we will do our, oh, there you go, Deb08, a bit of LNER. Well, more of it than less of it. God, that would have been the plane of the day, train of the day kind of shot. Except there was no plane. In fact, this Air Malta would have complemented that very nicely. Anyway, not to be. Going back to the lightweight EasyJet, Ian and others, they were supposed to be rolling out that lightweight paint over, can't remember now, a fairly short time scale. Clever, isn't it, the things they can think of to make the aircraft ever more efficient. Yeah, Natalie, Alice, I'm with you on the preferred Lufthansa. Definitely like the Lufthansa classic look, hands down. The other one's smart, but in a sterile kind of smart way. Hammy, is that a good thing if it's not a Pegasus? I'm kind of thinking it is a good thing. JetBlue on the move. Well, that's a good livery. Rab thinks the Chicago 757 departure could be a candidate for going tech by Jingo. They don't have a lot of luck, United, do they, with this connection? Certainly recently. I'm sure that was due to go at 12:25. That'll be a blow for everybody. Keith Cornell, take care, mate, and have a great rest of week. Yeah, Hammy, I won't get the 380, mate. It is just pretty much cloudy dirge. Oi oi, Mark Brightspark has super chatted us, and Mark is therefore reaching for the fireworks. Thank you, Mark Brightspark. I also see we have a new member. It's a welcome back new member. Forbes. How goes it, Forbes? Let's firework you in. In fact, let's just get the EasyJet. I'm already on 3 telescopes today. I can't afford a 4th one. I'm not going for the quadruple. Is Forbes' fireworks. Great to have you back in the PSA crew lounge as we tootle off with this EasyJet. JetBlue next to go. Very early rotation. possibly the earliest of the day amongst the mainstream jet community. So a quick look at that one, see where it's going. So that was off to Bristol. So I was talking about my Bristol trip. It was pretty full in both directions, although the seat next to me was empty. I don't know if that's because nobody wanted to sit next to me. It almost felt slightly busy, as in BizJet. You know, like if you fly Biz with, say, BA or whatever, the middle seat, there's never a middle seat there, is there? Or you never end up sat next to anyone. And we've got another JetBlue on the move. Our show's only special livery, the mint leaves one. 13:11 for the Qatar. We might finish with that then, Rab. I was budgeting on 1 o'clock. An 11-minute extension will, I think, fit the bill nicely. Thanks for that. Good afternoon, Stephen Mustard. How are you keeping, Stephen? Hope all is good. Right, let's have a bit of JetBlue. Already on the roll. So that's one JetBlue out the gate, and here's the other one. So the one you've just seen depart is off to New York JFK. This one off to Boston. Everyone's round to Nick Gray's house for tea. Quite a few A321s in today's show. Of course, we do have an XLR featuring too. I can hear an ATR somewhere, but blown if I can see it. Okay, just noted that, Rab. United Chicago 12:45, so it's going to fit within our envelope. As long as we don't go tech, all will be good. Sorry JRS, Aviation. As far as I've got no clue at all. I don't know what the chat are speculating on the SAS 330. That's the ATR I couldn't see. Talk about hidden in plain sight, pun intended. Saw that green camouflage. Short run up, and it's still got up nice and easy before the tree. So Scotland's finest is definitely next in the starting gate. We do have an aircraft on final approach though, so what we got? EasyJet from Madrid, an A320-200, 10 years of age or thereabouts. That's your next inbound action. Sorry Amy, I know it's a grievous blow to you and everybody else that loves the Pegasus, but I can't do 10 past 2 today. And I know we're going to say I would have done for the SAS 330, and I suppose probably true, but that would have been exceptional, as in exceptional. I don't think Pegasus are even sending that special liveried A321, are they? See, I did promise Mrs. PSA I'd be home at a sensible time today, being the good husband that I am. Good afternoon, Yorkshire biker. Hey up, buddy. I hope you've had a good morning. Hope you're keeping well too while I think about it. Logan Air to Southampton, plane on shot. Thank you, Alexandra. Good afternoon as well to Lucas Walker. Hi Lucas, I'm Mark. And hi to anyone else that is in the show but not in the chat. Unfortunately, HDC, yes, this Pegasus thing keeps turning up. I keep thinking about taking the emoji off, but I daren't. You lot would rough me up. Right, I can see something on final approach. I suppose I better check that out. The drizzle has just started to return as well. Inbound from Krakow. That is the next arrival action. Courtesy of EasyJet. Who else? Well, I better get with it. The inbound Krakow flight is just about over the threshold. Tell you what, Lucas, that is a tough question if you're pointing it my way. I don't know. I don't think I could say I like one over the other because I can find exceptions to the rule at every turn. Personally, I think Airbus are making the better aircraft at the minute, but if you're talking about each manufacturer's best version of themselves? Well, for example, 747 versus the 380, I'd say that's a non-contest. Points go straight to the 747. 777 versus the 350, that's a tricky one. Depends which day you catch me on, if I'm honest. If you ask me today, I'm probably going to say the A350-1000. But I love the Boeing 757. I don't know, I don't think I can answer that with any degree of consistency, but it's a great question, a really great question. Probably one I'll ponder about all the way home. So JetBlue ready to go. 350 likes for Mark 176. Polar Bears Airbus, as is Natalie Alice. Well done with that question, Lucas. It's a teaser. We've talked about this before in shows about an EasyJet queue forming here. We haven't talked about that before. That's me thinking aloud. But you know, the future for Boeing looks dire, does it not? You think about the MAX program and the delays to the 777X and the fact that they haven't got an aircraft that lines up neatly with the competition that is the A321 XLR, probably the biggest single game changer. I think between the 350 and the XLR, probably making the market for the next 10 years. And Boeing just seem to be all at sea. Right, I've got two EasyJets. This is good, isn't it? So here we go. EasyJet, EasyJet, EasyJet. With me so far? Good, because you've got an inbound EasyJet from Bristol. I thought we'd already called that in. I wonder if that screen's frozen. Hold the thought. Yeah, Natalie Alice, it has to be said, and I think it's a common view in the chat and probably most chats, the 747 is just such a thing of beauty. Seeing it, well, it's a VC25, isn't it, in its Air Force designation as Air Force One anyway, but seeing that on Friday, it was a proper thrill. We saw 2 or 3 Queen of the Skies, certainly at least 2 that I can recollect, when we did the Brussels show the other week, and it was like a breath of fresh air. You see, HGC, I would agree that the A380, well, I don't know, awesome for me, I'd say impressive, as in you can't not be awed by its size and power and everything, but it just seems to lack a bit of loveliness. Its kind of weird forehead. There was a lot of talk at one time, wasn't there, about whether they'd ever get round to making an A380 Neo. But you can see the way it's gone. The days of the quad jet are done, aren't they? Engine technology being what it is, and let's be honest, reliability. So every plane I can see that's actually moving is orange. 1, 2, 3, 4 currently. Amazing. I think they've got something like 9 aircraft, maybe it's 10 based here, EasyJet. And it shows. Yeah, I think Yorkshire Biker, you've summarised it better than I've waffled it. Based on current stuff, it's Airbus. But if you're talking about back catalogue, I mean, I love the 707. I've never been on one. I remember spotting them as a kid. I see that as a very iconic thing as well, especially in Pan Am colours. So we do have an aircraft on final approach. That is another Flying Dutchman. Third different type of aircraft from them in today's show. We've seen the 737-800. We've seen the A321neo. And now we're going to see the Embraer 195-E2. Small minutes out, just crossing the coast as we speak. And tracking behind that, we have an ATR. Whose ATR is it? Well, Aer Lingus, inbound from Dublin. Time to have a quick look-see at the departure landscape as well, I think. If I can make flight radar open up. Come on, yeah. Well, that's interesting. The Learjet that I failed to film is departing at 1:15 according to this, so I'm not going to get telescoped by the same plane twice. We are going to stick on for that. That could be the final plane of the show then, rather than the Qatar Dreamliner that appears to be running a little bit in advance. So our new finish time will be 1:15. Let's say it there. Little bit of Wookiee. Only a little bit. So we've got an EasyJet just about to depart, just taking the active runway. EasyJet to Bordeaux. Uh-oh. In my defence, not that that was a telescope, my chat has gone completely grey. I'm just going to put us on the United while I try and get back in the chat. I don't know what's going on there, I'm sure. See if I can get it out of the tablet. So I'm blind to the chat at the minute, so don't think I'm being rude, I'm just not in it. Right, I'm going to go bottom up because the catastrophe, the chat on my phone is just blank for whatever the hell reason. So I'll go bottom up with the chat on the tablet now. So let's have a look. 444 likes, says Polar Bear. Awesome stuff. You're right, Rab, that was a close shave. Too close. Too close. I'd not have been happy about that. Like I say, in my defence, I was trying to get the chat to reappear on my phone, but blow me. Aviation Action Scotland had a great trip to East Fortune on Thursday. It's spot on there, isn't it? Awesome. Truly awesome. So this will be the Washington departure. Let's see if I can fix my phone in the meantime. Sorry about the slightly erratic tracking with the camera. Just put my phone back onto its holder. I've got the chat back on that, which works better for me line of sight wise, you see. Yeah, you're right, Rob. I'm actually hoping to get a bit of Eddie time when he gets back from Spain. He's got a few days off. Easier for me than it is for him. But he's the main man with that one. I've got a short members only Riat, Bryce and where else did I go? Kemble video that I'm going to put together, but it'll just be an assembled sequence of clips rather than anything creative. Yeah, I think you'll like it, Rob, and everybody else for that matter. There's just so many good bits and bobs to share. Okay, nothing on final approach. Let's have a look, see. A few planes transponding on the deck. What do we anticipate? Well, I'll tell you what we anticipate. Let's go a little bit to the left. Aer Lingus XLR, shortly to return to Dublin. I've thought about doing that one as well, you know, because it'd probably be the only way I'm going to do an XLR flight. I'm not particularly drawn personally for anything longer distance. Well, not just on an XLR, but health-wise, etc. these days. But a nice short hop to the Emerald Isle to check out the XLR at the right price. I put the camera on it and it's not moving. Come on, guys and girls. I think we've got a BizJet on the move though. We have. Go a bit to the left. Wiggle it just a little bit. Well, I see a super green moment on the screen. Jim Baird, welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic to have you with us. While I think on, we do have a Facebook group for PSA Crew Lounge members. I don't know if dear mods could pop the link into the chat, but regardless, don't sweat it, because I will put a community post out for members doing welcomes for new members and telling you all those extra little bits that are helpful to know. If you're bothered about Facebook, that isn't everybody's gig, I know. So thank you, Alexandra. A Luminaire citation off to Dublin. I'll tell you what, today has been the quietest I can recollect for a long time down on Almond Bank. There's been a few people popping down, but we're talking few as in literally few. I suppose that rain won't have added to the appeal of getting yourself down to the airport. Right, let's just pop that zoom off. So let's watch the pocket rocket depart for Dublin. I'll be honest, Lowlander, it's not so much my age. I'm still quite sprightly, aren't I, at 60? But with this cardiac thing that I've got on monitoring, I've just don't fancy being excessively far from home for whatever the reason. I don't know what it is. I just don't want to risk being ill abroad. So let's have a look. Loads of BizJet emoji action going on there. Mark Bright Sparks setting that one rolling. HGC, Rab H, Lowlander, Yorkshire Biker, Alexandra Wood, Scottish Linda giving it a proper spank. Lots of biz there. Yeah, I'm with you, Stephen Edward. I love the sound of the airport. You know that. You know, not just the planes landing and taking off, taxiing. It's blinking heck. Telescope number 4. Could it happen? No, I think I avoided that. Let's find out. I think I've got the replay function. Did I do it? Replay function didn't seem to replay. Story of the day. Yeah, I think that was just. I think there was a puff of smoke that I think cleared me. What other? The replay never fired up. I don't really know what that's all about. Close shave, if ever there were. VAR, my eye. I'm a Yorkshire biker. Puff of smoke must have cleared me. But that would have been the closest. I don't think our senior presiding VAR judge is in the chat. Scottish Linda talks about Madagascar, the film. Nope, I've not had that pleasure yet. Wow, that was... If I did avoid that telescope, I don't think it's possible to get any closer than that. Touchdown and bounce, says Lowlander. I'll be honest with you, I was gripped by the terror of telescope number 4. I came here for a nice chilled Sunday show, but there's chilled and there's just chilled. Alexandra, you know. Oh, they're scaring the birds with shotgun cartridges or thunder flashes. They're my favourite bird scaring devices. I'd love to see the white of the magnesium flashing in the sky. I'd get the camera on it, but I'd never get it there in time. Happy days. Right, let's take stock of what you're going to get to see next. Let's have a look. What's transponding? That XLR is still cheerily bleeping away. It was due out at 5 to 12, and it's now nearly 5 to 1. Not terribly impressive. Let's go with the taxiing Ryanair. Catch you later, Barry Price. Thanks for joining us, pal. Oh no, Mark Bright Spark. Hammy's part of the ambience. Qatar approaching, says Rab. Roger that. When we say approaching, imminently approaching, or getting nearer. We have in the meantime Air Baltic, which is of course a wet lease for Brussels Airlines. That is shortly to grace our screen. The second A220-300 of the show, so I like to see that one, to be honest. I never thought lime green could be so stylish, but I'll give Air Baltic their due. They seem to have cracked that case. So I've taken this Brussels Air Baltic flight myself, as show regulars will recollect, and found the A220 to be a very good ride. Definitely better than the A320, hands down. But as I have said before, onboard service, professional, but a bit, that's what I'm after, loveless. Can't find a better way of putting it. Lack the warmth that the Brussels Airlines own staff were able to convey on the outward service. Yes, I like a bit of that. That's definitely the best Wookiee noise of the day's show. Oh, I'm loving that sea of emoji spam. Who started that off? Who's owning that? I think it's Alexandra Wood, unless I've miscounted. Let's have a look. Alexandra Wood, Hammy, HTC, Rab, H, Natalie Alice, more HTC. Only counts once, you know, you can't block vote it. Polar Beer and Scottish Linda, Yorkshire Biker, Alexandra Wood, doubling down or tripling down, Mark Bright Spark. Oh, pretty impressive. Welcome to Ryanair as well. Hope you're keeping well, Ryanair. Let me find a plane for you. There you go. Aviation channel with no planes. Just flirting with that one for a moment. Right, United have pushed and turned while we've been gazing at the lime green plane. And that will be United to Washington, which for some strange reason I thought had already gone. Oh dear. So next inbound, thank you Alexandra, is an EasyJet from Geneva. Hey, oh, look at that for photo bombing. Outrageous. Qatar making time up again, says Rab. 13:18. We're going to clock out with the Qatar 787 or the BizJet that I've forgotten which model it was now. Was it the Gulfstream? We got a Gulfstream, or I've forgotten. Learjet. There we go. I'll get there in the end. The Learjet 45 that I telescoped earlier. Here's our Geneva EasyJet. Ooh, I'm looking in the chat. Rain in half an hour. Is that right, Amy? Is that rain for me? Where are we now? Just thinking about the takedown as well, because obviously trying to put your electronics away in the rain is a bit of a thing. Doable though. So the countdown is on now for the Qatar Dreamliner. Turboprop in next for us, and that will be Logan Air returning from Newquay. Currently just executing its turn over the further fourth. So stand by for Scotland's finest. All right, Hammy, I got you. The sky, let me just go that way. I mean, you know what skies I'm talking about. But look, it's kind of giving that vibe. United have emerged from the Air Baltic shadow. So our final RB211 concerto of today's show. Yeah, I got there in the end, Rab. You got to remember, I dance my eye on the screen for probably 1/10 of a second at a time, generally. And that's before you factor in incompetence. Now I've been watching the sky now for a little bit, and whereas most of the heavy stuff looks in front of me, not behind me, I can see it quite likely that it is going to be raining here in the next half an hour. Rain at Spa, that will make for a mega exciting race. Although if you were driving the cars, you might think of it a bit differently, but certainly on the TV set. Good afternoon, Leo Heggie. Right, so the returning Logan Air flight is the one that we with the Isle of Man special livery on it. I say special livery, more of a kind of flourish. But yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Tell you what, I am famished all of a sudden. I mean, super famished. Food's never far away from my thoughts, but largely it has been today. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh man, am I hungry? Ooh, planes and trains moment. Let's get it all queued up ready. There you go. Right, so let's go to the Isle of Man Loganair livery. So hopefully you got enough of the tail on that. Bit of a car park over here. United are just taking the active runway for their delayed departure to Washington. A quick look. Yep, Loganair have vacated, so track is clear. Good to go, United. At least as far as I'm concerned. Roger that, Rab H, Qatar, 4 minutes out. They have done well, haven't they? Right, I think Aer Lingus are finally shaking to life. There you go. We've got an EasyJet lined up, ready to go. I'll pick that one up in a jiffy. Right, EasyJet, as you can hear in the background, are on the move. An A320neo to Lanzarote. So departures wise, it looks like Ryanair are next to go, off to Warsaw. Next inbound will be that Qatar Dreamliner, having departed Doha 6.5 hours ago or thereabouts. Dreamliner 9 coming our way, 4 years of age, soon to turn 5. Extra candle on the cake. Welcome back, Les. Here for the finale. Scottish Linda, what have you got the Pegasus out for? What were we thinking? You'll be creating mayhem with that. So in terms of action, that Learjet that we were expecting at around 1:15, I can't see it transponding. So we'll get the Qatar in, Aer Lingus out, and if the BizJet isn't actually imminent, we'll call the show at that. If you good people are down with that. Well, I think in terms of next action from us, definitely back here next Sunday for the regular Sunday show. In terms of what we may get up to in the week, we're just going to see what sort of comes our way. So if anything interesting for Newcastle lines itself up, we'll take ourselves there, and we're definitely not ruling out a return to Edinburgh midweek, but of course it just depends on what that lure might be. I tell you what, this could be the most reluctant Aer Lingus departure I've ever witnessed here. It was transponding for an age, it's already pretty late. And now it's pushed and turned, and well, he's just going through his pre-flight checks, as you can see on screen, but they often do that while they're moving, don't they? Final heavy of the show. That A321XLR is now moving, I can report. So against all odds, the final plane of the show will be Aer Lingus. Oh, that BizJet is sparked up. It could well be that Learjet 45, but let's just see. Either either which way, imminent, very imminent. So let's have a quick look and check out the Dreamliner emoji spamming. Who's getting a shout out? Lossie on Tuesday. Sorry, Hammy. That is just out of range. I really want to do Lossie as well, but sadly not on Tuesday. Maybe something for next summer. So where was I anyway? Dreamliner spamming. And now I'll not be AMS either, Rob. Just to take that as speculation. I don't shut the rumour down. It could gain traction. I'd love to, mind you, but I think Mrs. PSA might draw the line at that with all my recent adventures. So, Alexandra Wood, HGC, Rab H, Hammy, Yorkshire Biker, Mark Bright, Spark, Scottish Linda with a truckload. Oh, plane's, what's the plane gone? There it is. Les Donaldson, all giving that plenty of action. That Dreamliner emoji. The Learjet's not hanging about, I can see it moving already. So we're not going to have to wait long for the final plane of the show. Was that telescope number 3? I think it probably was, wasn't it, when it came in? Oh dear. We do that, Stephen Edwards. Stephen Edward. So when we take the show away, we ask members to suggest where they might want us to take it, and then we make a short list from that, and then we do put it to a members vote. That's something we've been doing for most of the last couple of years, to be honest. We always figure it's members and supporters' money that makes all this possible, so we like to do what we can to give the choice. So we do that, my friend. For us, it's a fairly easy thing to do because we keep all the money on content. We don't take any money out for ourselves, which kind of sets you free when you think about it that way. If you find yourself a bit in front, ask the people that put you in front what they want to see. Right, where's that blinking bizzo? Sure I didn't hallucinate. Tell you what, I'm going to put you on the EasyJet for a minute. It's probably easier to spot with the naked eye. I'll be darned. I could have sworn I saw a BizJet moving in the background. You make it seem like a football match, Rab. 3, could have been 5. It really could have been 5. I'm going to say in my defence, I've had no one here to hold my hand, and I'm in mega chill down mode from Friday. It's a good thing I wasn't streaming on Saturday because, well, fit for now. Hey up, Ian Benson. I'm glad you're enjoying it, my friend. Can I say what I used to film? I'm using a Sony A7 in terms of the pictures you are watching, Ian. I also use a Panasonic HC VX1, which also gives really good results. Obviously that's not mirrorless like this, but it's bulletproof in terms of reliability and ease of protection when the weather's garbage. And a fraction of the price, I guess. Oh no, can't believe it. It nearly snuck out again. Oh dear, that plane hates me. I'm taking that personally. However, that is how it's been today. 3 telescopes, and what did Rab say a few minutes ago? Could have been 5. Upgrade that. Could have been 6. Right, I can't go to camera today, sadly, because I didn't bring a secondary camera, because I just didn't get organised enough. So I do apologise for that. Otherwise, I would have definitely gone to camera to say thank you so much. I can't do the usual roll call of credits at the end because the weather was rubbish in the first half of the show. I didn't keep a book of what was coming and going, and I didn't want to reintroduce that in the second half because then I've only got half the information. All the credit will go out. You know, I always put a community post out to say thank you and everything. I do see a firework moment though. Now the fireworks are back on. Stephen Edward, thank you so much for joining the PSA Crew Lounge. I hope you're going to love it, mate. Like I say, we like members to be as involved as we possibly can. I'll put the fireworks on in a minute once this goes slightly out to our left. I'm zoomed out as I possibly can be at the minute, so it's quite hard keeping it in frame. You know, that's fantastic to have you with us. It's awesome. We do have something else on final approach, so I will film its landing out of courtesy. Looks like another EasyJet, to be honest. Right, so here's your final landing of the show. Okay folks, you have been immense, awesome, what can I say? Let's do Stephen Edwards' fireworks first. Welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge, Stephen. Right, just going to jump in the chat to make sure I've not missed anything that is pointed towards me. Beep, 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 beep. Can't wait to get stuck into me pack up. I am famished. No telescope. No way could that have been a telescope. I can see rubber touching the tarmac. It was close though. I never saw that snick out. Scottish Linda, I don't know what you're going to do with me. I'm a lost cause. It really am. Wheels on the ground for 5 seconds, says Ralph. I've had 2 close shaves today. I mean, dearie me. We had that landing, didn't we, where I literally got on it before the puff of smoke came up. Oh dear. If I had a darkened room close by, I'd be going for a lay down in it. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the chat, but automated reaction. I thought I'd better keep the camera on the rolling plane. You're such good company, and I really mean that. It's possible to get too relaxed. It's a good thing there's no alcohol involved, because let's put the camera somewhere that I can't stuff things up, because I really would forget I was running a show. Right, let's have a look. Stephen Edward, that is really kind, and honestly I hope you will really enjoy it. Our newsletter, we have a monthly newsletter as well, that should be out next week. All the details around our Switzerland trip. We are 467 likes. Final call on that if you are in the show and you've yet to drop us a like. really appreciate it if we could just nudge the dial up. It's been brilliant anyway, but you know, it's always nice to finish with a bit like cricket. You always want a high number. I'm going to cut the feed after this one reaches into the sky, so this will literally be the final plane of the show. Hey up, Dino! Sorry, man, we're just rodding up. Hope you're keeping well. Just randomly jumping through the chat. Sue Corder, my pleasure. Rab H, thank you so much. And before we go, so not just a mega generic thank you to everybody that has joined the PSC Crew Lounge, gifted memberships, made donations, dropped us a like, subbed, all the love that comes with those things. But a massive thank you to the moderators team. God bless you. Rab H, Alibi 58, Les Donaldson, Alexandra Wood. I'm pretty sure we saw what will have been a very hungover Dopey Law. After the mayhem that we had at Prestwick on Friday, you really all deserved a week off. You know, enough said. But I'm so glad that you didn't take a week off. Scottish Linda, of course. You should have been here, Linda. I could probably blame you for some of the telescopes. It would be wrong, entirely wrong, but it would be the act of a desperate man. It's somebody else's fault, not mine. Janet Kennedy, my pleasure. Janet, I don't think I caught your entry into the show, so I'm sorry if I missed you. I never miss anyone on purpose. Hi to Scottish TV Gold. I don't think I've said hi to you on the way in. Right, I'm pretty much at the foot of the chat. Everybody, you are awesome. I'm going to bring the show to that close and keep you posted if we're up to anything midweek. In the meantime, take care, stay safe, and have fun. Bye from Mark, signing off from Edinburgh International Airport. God, I'm leggy. Bye.